All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, thank you guys so much for waiting patiently for the show to start. And thank you for just being here in general. Me got a little glitch on my screen here. I have no idea why. Pretty weird. But yeah, in this stream today, guys, what we're going to do, or what I figured we could do, we could just talk a little bit about this past week and everything that has occurred with PlayStation. Tactical Gamer, you're saying, hello, Mr. MBG. What happened to your hair? It all fell out, man. It all fell out. Yeah, it was a if all my hair just instantaneously fell out after the showcase. That showcase made me sell my PlayStation, bro. All right, I hope everybody's having a good Memorial Day weekend. Obviously, yeah, I am streaming during a holiday, so I don't necessarily know that this is going to be the most viewed stream necessarily, but I figured, you're saying PXP needs to come back. If you could, I mean, look, man, if you can give me a good reason why, I'll consider it, but I don't know about that, man. Drive by Joe, thank you for the $5 super chat, man. You're saying, hot take, Konami F's up MGS, then gets in bed with PlayStation for the next game in the lineup to help produce. I mean, I don't know that that's necessarily a hot take, only because for as excited as a lot of people are about Metal Gear Solid coming back, there are quite a few people who are nervous that Konami's going to mess this remake up. There are people who are just, still very unhappy, Jeff Keighley, that Hideo Kojima's name is not anywhere to be found on the Metal Gear Solid trailer, on any of, in any of the tweets. I mean, I have to admit, I am a little bit surprised about that. Maybe not, though. Maybe I'm not surprised. I guess it's like the more I think about it, the more I can kind of understand why Konami would be like, we're not going to put his name like right on the box. But I mean, to be honest, it probably is for the best. You know what I mean? Like, I say that because if they were to do that, like if Konami were to put Hideo Kojima's name, like, a Hideo Kojima game, people are going to assume that he's involved with this remake. And when I thought about that, it was like, okay, yeah, it's better not to confuse people. They should have bit the bullet and asked him to executive produce. Who knows? Maybe Konami did reach out to Kojima. We'll never know, but maybe Konami reached out to Kojima and Kojima was just like, I'm good, man. Like, I've moved on. Gaming Survivor, I had to book with my in with my therapist after that showcase. MBG, it traumatized me. God damn, dude. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Another reason I wanted to be sure to do this stream today is because, as many of you know, I've had a very, I've had a lot of emotional, I guess we could say, in the moment reactions, and that's the nature of it. I've seen a lot of people get upset about that. A lot of people like, MBG's too emotional. He's acting like Sony shot his dog, but it's like, dude, if you're watching me react live, like in the moment, you're gonna get a raw reaction, whether that be good, whether that be bad, whether that be I'm just bored. It's gonna be what it is, and it's I have fun with it, and even I sometimes, like, for example, on my last stream, we talked about we did talk about it, but in the middle of my last stream, the news broke about The Last of Us Factions multiplayer, and there was a report from Jason Schreier. It all happened live, and I had a very unhinged, I guess you could say, reaction, because that was genuinely how I felt, first hearing the news. However, that is something I do want to follow up on today and talk to you guys about, because there seems to be a couple things that are potentially very misunderstood about what's going on with this Last of Us multiplayer game. And I came across this interesting post that seems to make that clear. And I want to talk to you guys about that. Actually, you're saying you can't be mad at an authentic, genuine reaction. There's no shame in that. Though the Buddhists say it's best to avoid extreme reactions. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. It's just, that's the nature of it, man. Like, not to keep bringing it up, but I really did go into the PlayStation showcase thinking that when it was over, there was going to be an extreme reaction, but on the opposite end. Like, I expected my extreme reaction to be like, oh my God, this is like the showcase of dreams, Like, I can't believe how amazing it was. And so I guess because that was my expectation, I basically rubber banded and went the other way. I was like a pendulum swinging back and forth. FPS Butter Golem, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, did you hear the rumor that PlayStation is going to buy CD Projekt Red? So I have been seeing this rumor floating around, and I don't know exactly where it comes from. If I understand correctly, there is this rumor comes from a known Bungie leaker, somebody who has made their name leaking stuff related to Bungie. They recently you're saying a leaker is a very reliable Destiny leaker. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And this person came out and they said two pretty loaded things that would be, it's pretty unbelievable, to be frank, and I'm not entertaining it as truth. But for those who don't know, this person said that Sony is acquiring CD Projekt Red, and Sony also greenlit Days Gone 2. Both of these things sound absolutely insane to me. Look, when it comes to acquisitions, I think by this point, we should all know by now that no one can leak acquisitions. No one knows what's going on with acquisitions. I mean, is it possible that there was some kind of like word going around internally at Sony that maybe they're in negotiations or they're thinking about it? Maybe. But that just sounds ridiculous to me, like things like this don't get leaked. That's just the reality. I don't know where this person heard this from. I mean, it's just really weird to me that they're a well-known Bungie leaker, and then they're like, they're just like, well, yeah, Sony's going to acquire CD Projekt Red, and Days Gone, so the Days Gone 2 getting greenlit rumor, this makes no sense to me. Like this is where I'm like, where did this person hear this information, and why are people believing it? Because Days Gone 2, listen, the only studio that would make Days Gone 2 is Bend, because they made Days Gone 1. Okay? Sony Bend already confirmed a while ago they're working on a new IP. So, is it possible that new IP wasn't working out and they had to start over and they're like, well, let's just do Days Gone 2? Maybe. Do I expect that? Absolutely not. The last we heard from Bend is they're working on a new IP. I will say this, though. The one thing I will say, and again, this doesn't have anything to do with the rumor. This is just something that I've been thinking myself for a little while. I always thought it was very strange that Sony announced a Days Gone movie, but no Days Gone 2. I always thought that was strange. Sony has treated Days Gone like they would treat a franchise. They ported Days Gone to PC. It got a PS5 patch. They announced a movie for it. And that's why I always thought it was so strange that Sony has treated Days Gone like they would one of their bigger franchises, but they decided it's not getting a sequel. They're not making another Days Gone game. That's very strange to me. It doesn't really add up. And I would love to see a Days Gone 2. You're saying, what if Bend is lying to us? I mean, I don't see why they would do that. You know what I mean? Because the truth is, when Bend Studio announced that they weren't working on Days Gone 2 and that they were working on a new IP, a lot of people were very disappointed. A lot of it, like, that's why it makes no sense for them to lie, because it just ultimately served to disappoint people who were looking forward to the sequel. Again, the only thing I can think to myself to just, if there's any chance that Days Gone 2 happens, the only thing that makes any sense to me would be that Sony Bend started working on a new AAA IP, development went very badly, and it just wasn't working, and they had to scrap it, and now they have to start. They decided to pivot to something that is a safer bet, which is, okay, well, we tried this new IP, it's not working, let's go to Days Gone 2. Again, do I think that happened? No. I'd be okay with that. Like I said, dude, I would love Days Gone 2, but this whole rumor just sounds completely made up. Sony's buying CD Projekt Red, and they greenlit Days Gone 2. It's like, what? It just sounds crazy to me. I don't think CD Projekt Red would want to be acquired. Could be wrong about that. Maximilian Pegasus, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, it's been a while since I gave you an Elden Ring update. I have advanced quite far. I just beat Malekith, the Black Blade. That's good progress, man. That's good progress. I'm happy to hear that. I was thinking about Elden Ring the other day. I've been looking for something new to play. Exley 3000 keeps recommending I play Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and Exley, you'll be happy to know that I did. I did purchase Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and I started playing it. And I'll give my thoughts on that soon. But for a moment there, I was thinking about maybe returning to Elden Ring, going back to it. But I don't know, man. It felt too daunting to me. I was like, I beat Elden Ring one time, and if I start it again, it's going to be a whole nother journey. And it's a big game. I want to make sure my slate is clean for Final Fantasy 16 next month. So I decided to go with Jedi Survivor. But Maximilian, I'm happy to hear that, man. I'm happy to hear that you're advancing, because the truth is, with a game like Elden Ring, there are quite a few people who, they tried to play the game and they probably just got stuck and gave up and moved on. So yeah, you'll have to let me know, Maximilian, when you end up completing it and what you think of it. Let me know. And it's worth noting, there are a lot of bosses in Elden Ring that you can skip over. There are like a lot of bosses that you can just... I know this because I accidentally skipped quite a few. Actually, you're saying Jedi Survivor only gets better as it goes on. So I do want to say, before I start diving into the PlayStation... Well, I guess this is a PlayStation topic. But I want to say, like, if there's one thing... And this... Look, I know that to some people this may sound a bit nitpicky. Because, as we've established, graphics are not everything for a game, right? Yeah, accidentally skipped. Graphics are not everything for a game. Visuals are not everything. Gameplay is king. And I do want to say that from what I've played with Star Wars Jedi Survivor so far, the gameplay is pretty good. Like, it's very fluid. I will say, I think the Cal Kestis, his running animation is kind of silly. Like, he just looks awkward when he runs. It's just kind of funny to me. But generally speaking, the combat, the traversal, the platforming, it all feels really good, and I'm liking it so far, and I'm very early in the game. However, I will say I do have a pretty big issue with the visuals of the game. I say this because, like, I'll be honest, the game just doesn't look that good to me. It and unless I'm playing it in the 30 FPS mode, which I don't want to do. There's something very, very wrong with the performance mode on PS5 with Jedi Survivor. When I'm playing it in the performance mode, the amount of screen tearing, and I normally don't notice stuff like this, the amount of screen tearing I've encountered is crazy. To like an unacceptable degree. And I just think that the reason why it's standing out to me is because I played a lot of PlayStation 5 exclusives, and I'm not saying I expect Jedi, Survivor to look as good as a dedicated PlayStation 5 exclusive. I don't, but I'm just surprised at how noisy and unclean the performance mode looks. Like it really doesn't look that good. Of course it helps with the game because it runs smoother, but I'm just surprised. I am. Like, it's a big AAA game, it's a current gen only game. I expected more from it visually. I did. Like Forbidden West launch, yes, actually. Yeah. That is a good comparison. The performance mode looks very similar to Horizon Forbidden West performance mode at launch. Now, Guerrilla has since fixed that, and if you play Forbidden West in the performance mode on PS5, it looks pretty much nearly as good as the fidelity mode. Saying MBG, it's FSR 2.0 resolution scaling. It's like 720p internally, really terrible. I hate developers running away from optimization and slapping FSR 2.0 on the game. It's pretty grainy and pixelated. Yeah, it's interesting because I used to cover FSR 2.0 and talk about it, and I thought it would be like, I'll tell you this, if that's true, if what we're seeing in Star Wars Jedi Survivor on PS5 is from FSR, that to me is just it's disappointing. It's disappointing because it's taking away from the game. It's not helping it. You're saying it's because they didn't want to optimize it. I mean, I could understand if you're on like a time crunch. If you're on a time crunch and it's like, we have to we have to get this game out in a with a performance mode at this time. And it's like, well, the only way we're going to make this work is we got to use FSR 2.0. I get that. But if this is the result that it produces, it's not ideal to me. I played many, many games on PS5 that look significantly better, even in their performance mode. So it's like, look, I don't want to make it sound like I'm not going to play the game now or I'm not going to enjoy it, but I have to just be honest in saying, for a $70 AAA current gen game, visually, I expected a lot more. I did, and I can't lie about that. However, the gameplay is good, and that is the most important thing. So I'll get over the visuals, but yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. The combat feels really good. I'm still getting the hang of it, and so I figured, I'm going to play Star Wars Jedi Survivor leading up to Final Fantasy 16. Actually, you're saying you think the overall story and combat overcomes the visual issues. After a while, it didn't bother you. Don't you have a VRR display? Yeah, actually, you're probably right. I probably could use. I honestly, I don't think I've ever really used VRR, and I never really cared about it that much. But you're right. That probably would be very helpful. It'd probably be very helpful right now with this scenario, right? Maximilian Pegasus 88 again with another super chat. Appreciate it, man. You're saying, my brother is currently playing Elden Ring, Witcher 3, Red Dead 2, and White Knight Chronicles 2 all at the same time. I don't know how he does it. That sounds not real. I'll be honest. I believe you, Maximilian Pegasus, but on like just reading that doesn't sound real. How can anybody play all of those games? Saying, what, bro? VRR is almost always helpful. Yeah, I know. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, man. But I just like expect when I buy a $70 AAA game and I put it in my console and I click performance mode, I just expect it to look good and run well. You know what I mean? Like that's all I expect. But you're right. Like VRR is there for a reason. But Maximilian, to get back to your super chat, man. I mean, dude, like Elden Ring, Witcher 3, and Red Dead 2. And White Knight. I don't know what White Knight Chronicles 2 is. Like, I don't know if that game is as big as the 3 I just listed. But, dude, even trying to play a game like The Witcher 3 alone, Red Dead Redemption 2 alone, Elden Ring alone, it's too much. Like, to me, that's already daunting enough. I could reasonably see, like, maybe you go back and forth. Like, maybe I play Elden Ring, and then I play Red Dead Redemption 2, and each day I spend just a couple of hours with each game back to, you know what I mean? That I could see, but 3 games, man, I don't know how you would keep track of that. That sounds completely overwhelming to me. You're saying it's a PS3 game, it's an RPG. It's another, jeez, that's crazy, dude. That is wild. But yeah, it's interesting because like everybody plays games differently. And that's fascinating to me. That's fascinating to me because for me, like the way I've always balanced out playing my games is I like to have just a meaty single player game that always makes me feel like I'm progressing in a linear fashion by playing the game, where there's a start and there's an end. And then my secondary game that I always like to have is some type of just multiplayer game to just play with friends. And basically that's the balance I like to have, like one solid single player game and one go-to multiplayer experience. And then I bounce back and forth between the two. But there have been times where I think I played multiple single player games at one time, but it's been a long time. We got Zombie Dragon coming in with a gifted membership. Shout out to you, Zombie Dragon. And actually, this is a good opportunity for me to let you guys know something. I ran into an issue recently, and it is relevant to membership gifting. Well, first off, if you are a channel member, I just uploaded my first ever members only video. So it's a discussion video. It's available to members. So if you haven't checked that out, or I know it doesn't always notify, like with members only content, for some reason it doesn't always notify people. So if you are a member and you didn't see that video, it's out there for you guys. And Maximilian Pegasus 88 coming in with another membership gift as well. 2 gifts on the day. Thank you guys. This is a good opportunity for me to let you know that I ran into an issue with my last stream. And this has been happening more often, I've noticed. So ever since I started using the soundboard, more of my streams have been getting copyright claimed. And they're most every time they are false copyright claims. Okay, so for those who don't know what YouTube does, YouTube scans. YouTube's algorithm basically is always on the lookout for something that may match something that's copyrighted. And it can false flag a lot of content. It happens all the time. And on my last stream, which was a 6-hour stream, it happened again. Now, normally, and this is the important part, normally when I get a copyright claim that's false, YouTube has a couple of options on how to handle it. You can dispute it, or you can just cut out that section. Like YouTube has an built-in editor where you can cut out that small section, or you can mute it, and it will allow your videos to continue to be monetized and not claimed. And that's usually how I solve the problem. But this time, because this was a 6-hour stream, for the first time ever, YouTube told me that the stream was actually too long to edit. And so I had no choice but to just essentially let it be claimed, and I couldn't do anything about it. And so I checked to see the section of the stream that got copyright claimed, and it was when I played the nuke sound, which I've played many times before, and it's never been claimed. The one where the siren goes and the explosion happens. But this time it did. And it's weird because when I was listening back to it, I played the nuclear explosion. However, I was speaking over the sound. And I guess the combination of just the nuke explosion playing and a certain sound I made with, whatever I was saying, it basically combined to sound similar to a small, 3-second section of a song. And that was enough. That was enough to get copyright claimed. And so, am I getting rid of the soundboard? I do not plan to get rid of the soundboard. However, I'm going to have to be... So I did get rid of the nuclear bomb going off just because I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk using any sounds that could... You're saying I should have... I could have disputed it. The only reason I didn't bother disputing it was because it takes days. It takes literal days. And by the time they get around to actually getting back to me and letting me know what the verdict is, the stream's already irrelevant. You know what I mean? So, a couple things. The soundboard is going to stay. I'm just going to have to make sure that I don't, number one, talk over it as it's playing, although that's going to be difficult. But number two, and this was another thing that I've been doing, I've been combining the different sounds. Dude, that is a dangerous game. Combining the different sounds from the soundboard, that is asking to get claimed, because that, there were 3 other times where I actually got copyright claimed by multiple songs, because just combining a crazy Arnold laugh and Keanu Reeves and, Jim Ryan, somehow it gets caught up as oh, that's a song. No, it's not. It's so weird, bro. So, since I got a couple of membership gifts there, I wanted to just let you guys know that I had to remove the nuke, unfortunately. And it's not a big deal. We still have the other sounds, and I can't mix them up. All right. So what a masterpiece song that was. Yeah, dude. But thank you guys for the membership gifts. Our community is continuing to grow, and the support has been something else. So I appreciate it, guys. Supremacy 101, you're saying, have you seen the trailer for Sentinel Pathless Productions game? Sony could and should, in theory, just buy Ubisoft. They'll fill that live service need. No, you know what, man? I remember we were talking about that, and I haven't checked it out yet. I'm going to try to remember to give it a look, because it does sound very interesting. But would Sony ever buy Ubisoft? I don't think. I mean, you're right in that Ubisoft has that live service aspect to their business, and that's exactly what Sony wants. But you know what's so funny is look at that new first-party game from Haven Studio, Fair Games. It's literally a Ubisoft game, And of course, it's going to look like that because it's Jade Raymond, and a lot of the developers that are there at Haven are from Ubisoft. And it is, I got to admit, it's kind of strange, man. It's kind of strange to see a game like Fair Game announced at a PlayStation showcase, and it looks identical to a Ubisoft game. So Sony, basically, I mean, even just, it looks like Watch Dogs. It does. It looks a lot like Watch Dogs. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's ironic, But yeah, I don't think, to be honest, I don't think Sony would ever consider acquiring Ubisoft. That just sounds like way too much, man. Way too much overhead. That's a lot of employees. That's a huge, huge, huge undertaking. And I think it's just way too risky. But this one studio you're talking about, veteran developers working on another FPS, that could be another avenue that Sony pursues, man. Breaking news, MBG is the new head of sound at PlayStation. Broccoli Rob says, what's up? I'm still drunk from last night. What's up, man? Dan, you're saying heist games are fun. I mean, so apparently there are signups to try out. It's not happening yet. It's going to happen later on, but with this new game, Fair Game, they are going to have early not early access, but basically like an alpha or beta where people can just kind of play the game, and I'm going to be really interested because that's one of the big problems I had walking away from the PlayStation Showcase, and I've talked about it, but it just continues to linger in my mind where it's like I was just really disturbed at the lack of gameplay, because it would make such a big difference. Like, it's just so difficult to be excited about CGI trailers for new games because I don't know, man. Even if you look at Haven's game, Fair Game, it was a pretty extensive CGI trailer. It definitely gives you an understanding of like the concept of this game and what they're going for. They're showing different teams, robbing, heisting and fighting each other. But what is it? First person? Is it third person? Is it tactical? Is it is it just more arcadey? What is it? You know what I mean? Like these are all the really, really important questions that, at least for me as a gamer, are going to determine whether or not I'm interested in playing this game. And we don't know. We just have no idea. And I think that that's just one of the things that added to the disappointment for me, where it's just like, yeah, I mean, Waved Max, you're talking about the Helldivers 2 trailer. That was a good trailer because it was a combination of both. We got some CG, but they did show like snippets of gameplay. And to me, that is why I'm comfortable getting extremely excited about Helldivers 2, because those small gameplay snippets that they did show looked great and exactly what I hoped the game would end up looking like. And it made all the difference. And so now that's one of my like most anticipated games to play this year. Yeah, it looks really good, man. It looks fun. Helldivers 2 looks like a great time. It does. And the thing that just impressed me, if you go back and look at Helldivers 1, the thing that impressed me the most is how much more AAA Helldivers 2 looks compared to the first game. It looks almost like a completely different game. So, very nice to see, man. I think Arrowhead Studios could get acquired by Sony. If this game is a big success, I could see them getting acquired by Sony. Where did you hear about Fair Game sign up for testing? If I'm not mistaken, at the end of their trailer, they have like one of those scannable things, codes, whatever. And I think it gives you like information on the early signups. I'm not entirely sure. That's just what I read. Is Helldivers 2 crossplay? I think it might be. QR code. That's what I was looking for. And the funny thing about Helldivers 2 is apparently friendly fire is on at all times. You cannot turn friendly fire off. So that sounds like a pretty important thing. L Captain 22, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. I appreciate the support. You're saying Schreier was wrong about The Last of Us 2 leaks being about disgruntled developers, wrong about PlayStation concentrating on established blockbuster IP. Forbes was wrong about PSVR 2 sales numbers. Why is everyone taking what they are saying as truth now? You know what? You bring up a really, really great point, Al Captain, and I appreciate this super chat because it's true. It's true that many, many of the reports that we've received from Bloomberg, whether it's Jason Schreier or somebody else, they have been proven wrong time and time again. And I will tell you, this is the unfortunate reality of, the modern day internet. And I fall victim to it constantly. I think everybody does at certain points. When you get a report like we did from Jason Schreier that talks about what's going on at Naughty Dog, and it paints a very bad picture for their multiplayer game. The reason why it garners so much attention, it gets so many clicks, and so many people believe it is because there's nothing else provided to say otherwise. And that's just the hard truth of the matter. It sucks because I'm actually going to read a post to you guys in a little while regarding the situation with the Last of Us multiplayer game. And to me, I came to a conclusion. I came to a conclusion after reading this, and it is kind of crazy that this is being, like, I could be wrong, and that's the problem is no one's going to come out and say, oh, Jason Schreier's wrong, even though he could be. Jason Schreier, he's a professional. He's working at Bloomberg. He rarely puts out articles about Sony. And when he does, it's clear that he's the people who, all right, let me back up here for a moment. When news like this comes out, what do you see happen in the gaming community? You see a divide. On one side, you have people that are optimistic, that are feeling good, maybe a little bit disappointed, maybe a little bit disheartened. It's not great news, but they're still feeling good. And I've seen a lot of that. I've seen a lot of people saying that I still think that this Naughty Dog game is going to be fine. It's probably not nearly as bad as people are making it sound. But then you have the other side where they're like me, like I lost my shit that day, on the stream when I found out about it, where it just seemed really, really bad. And I could only see the bad. I could see no good. And because of that, I vented my frustration through a stream. I think we have to understand, and sometimes it's easy to forget, that at these development studios, these are also people working on these games. People spending literal years of their life, dedicated to creating this product. I'm not saying they're doing it for free. Of course, they're doing it to make a living. But still, I assume that most people who are involved with video game development have some passion for it. I feel like you have to. It's an art, right? Like, it's a creative process. You have to have some passion. The idea that if Bungie came in, evaluated Naughty Dog's multiplayer game, and essentially said, we're not so sure that this is going to keep players invested in the long run. We're not so sure about how viable that is. We feel like maybe there are some things about this game you might have to rework to keep players engaged for the long term. It is understandable that some developers at Naughty Dog working on this game for years would be pissed off about that. It is understandable that some of these developers would be a little bit disgruntled at, we've been working on, we are Naughty Dog. We've been here a lot longer than Bungie at PlayStation, and we wanted to do things our way, and we like the way we did this. And Sony, at least the higher ups at Sony, decided apparently that Bungie's input on this matter was more important than, Naughty Dog feeling proud about them doing it their way. So it's understandable that maybe a few developers at Naughty Dog who were pissed off by this would reach out to somebody like Jason Schreier, because Jason Schreier, let's face it, the only time developers contact Jason Schreier is when they're annoyed and want to basically try to reveal some dirt on their overlords, I guess you could say, right? That's the only time developers reach out to Jason Schreier. And Jason, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in that article, Jason did reveal that it was about 4 developers. Now, here's something you won't hear people talk about, at least not many, but it's a fact because it's a thing that's out there. Multiple Naughty Dog developers who are working on this multiplayer game, who have been working on this multiplayer game, they took to Twitter to say that it's looking good and that everything's good. Now, how come there's no articles being written up about that? How come there are no articles being written up about no anonymous sources, like actual developers on Twitter at Naughty Dog basically saying it's all good? How come nothing's being written up about that? This is why I said in my video yesterday, I think it's best to just take Naughty Dog's, this is where I start to really disconnect with the internet and all like, you know, the reports, right? Because and the insiders and stuff, because it really gets frustrating. Like it genuinely gets very frustrating. And this is why I've, in this specific circumstance, to me, it's obvious. Like by this point, after I came across, so just to help back me up here a little bit, because you're probably wondering, who are these developers? Ah, crap. Of course, I'm an idiot. I had the article, not the article. I had the Reddit post up. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Because no one was talking about this, man. One of my viewers actually made me aware of this, and I'm glad they did, because I probably would have never known, man. Here we go. All right, I have the comment right here. All right, so here's a Reddit thread, okay? It says Naughty Dog developers Bashai and Sammy seem confident that The Last of Us multiplayer is not canceled. So why are people jumping to poor conclusions? Sammy on Twitter, again, a Naughty Dog developer, Sammy on Twitter says, quote, "I can assure you it smells great in this kitchen," end quote. So that's in reference to The Last of Us multiplayer. So we have a developer working on The Last of Us multiplayer after the Jason Schreier report saying, "I can assure you it smells great in this kitchen." And then a second developer, Bashai, said, quote, "Everything is great. Still working hard on multiplayer with a talented team," end quote. Multiple developers from Naughty Dog literally saying everything, like the game is great and it's fine. To me, it has become crystal clear based off of that what is happening here with this Naughty Dog multiplayer game. And here's my theory, and I'm almost certain this is the situation. The worst thing we heard from Jason Schreier's Bloomberg article on this situation is he said, and I feel like this can kind of be inferred. Well, actually, let me bring it up here so as not to misquote Naughty Dog. Man, I can't wait till I can get a new computer soon. This thing is slow now. So, if we look at Naughty Dog's official statement, we're incredibly proud of the job our studio has done thus far, but as development has continued, we've realized what is best for the game is to give it more time. Our team will continue to work on the project, as well as our other games in development. Okay, so the worst thing we heard from this insider report that made people jump to conclusions that, this game is in development hell. The Last of Us multiplayer is in shambles, and it's probably going to get canceled, or it might get canceled, is after Bungie's evaluation, they scaled down the development team that's working on the multiplayer game. And they've moved most of those developers, you would assume, to Naughty Dog's new single-player project. Now, let me ask you a question. And see, this is how I know. This is how I know something that you could tell something is missing here. Let me ask you this question. During a video game's development cycle, when do developers get pulled from that project and then put onto a new project? When does that happen? Because there are only 2 times that happens. And I'm curious. When does it happen? The 2 times. Somebody says when it's close to release. Correct. And what is the other time? When it's canceled. Correct. Now, was The Last of Us multiplayer canceled? No, it was not. How long has The Last of Us multiplayer been in development? For about 4 years, 4+ years. In fact, Neil Druckmann even confirmed that The Last of Us multiplayer was in development before The Last of Us Part 2. So it's been 4+ years. What is it that caused the multiplayer to get delayed? What is it that Bungie said, apparently in their evaluation? Did they say the game isn't good? The game isn't fun? The game is bad? No. They said, we're just not sure if it's going to keep players for the long run. What does that sound like to you? The more I think about it, the more it becomes clear that Naughty Dog doesn't know how to monetize this game. They don't know how to monetize it in the traditional way that you would see in a live service game. That's the problem with The Last of Us multiplayer. The game is pretty much done. The reason why these Naughty Dog developers took to Twitter to say everything's good, it smells good in this kitchen. Like, let me ask you, do you think developers say that when a game is on the brink of being canceled? No, they don't. They say that when and that's the funny thing is, like, we don't even, how are we supposed to know that these developers that were, for all we know, the 4 developers from Naughty Dog that contacted Jason Schreier, they were the 4 people responsible for monetizing The Last of Us multiplayer. And Bungie basically was like, yeah, that's not how you monetize a live service game. And then they got upset and they reached out. You know? Apparently, Jeff Grubb, and I don't know, look, it's up to you if you want to believe Jeff Grubb. I think he's proven he's a pretty reliable insider. Jeff Grubb claims that The Last of Us multiplayer was ready to be shown and revealed during the showcase, and it was pulled at the last moment. Now, I could be wrong, and I'm not saying that this is 100% the case, but I am 95% sure that The Last of Us multiplayer as a game is pretty much done and nearly ready to go. It's certainly ready to be shown off and revealed. The Last of Us multiplayer as a sustainable 10-year live service game, that is the last piece of the puzzle, development puzzle, that needs to be put in place. And therefore, it does not require all of the main core development team. The core development team can move over to start working on the new single-player game. And in the meantime, there is a small group of Naughty Dog developers that are there reworking the monetization of this game and the post-content plan and everything that basically is going to determine if this is going to work as a live service game. Hell, it could even go as far as maybe they were planning to release this as a free-to-play title, but Bungie basically told them, like, you're not going to make money with the way you have this set up. Like, it may end up having to be a full premium price game. And we have Exley 3000. Exley 3000 dropping a 10 bomb in the chat, gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much for that, Exley. Love to see it. Bringing us up to 12 members on the day.
You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
Thank you so much, Exley. Let's get some W's in the chat for Exley 3000, coming in clutch once again with another 10 bomb. So, I feel like I jumped to conclusions. And when I was ranting on my last stream, about this report that Bungie evaluated Naughty Dog's live service game and it's getting delayed and the development team is scaled down, the whole 9 yards. You know what it also makes me wonder? It makes me wonder if Sony may end up deciding that this Last of Us multiplayer game is not going to be a live service game. Maybe it just can't work as a live service game, but instead it has to just be a kind of standalone or packaged in multiplayer, large multiplayer experience with microtransactions, but something that's not necessarily like we're going to be supporting this game like the same way Bungie supports Destiny 2. You're going to get constant expansions. It might end up having to be something like that. I just think that my biggest mistake was jumping to the conclusion that Naughty Dog made a bad game, and then Bungie said they made a bad game, and then Sony said, okay, we believe Bungie, Naughty Dog made a bad game, we're going to probably cancel this game. Because when I had that reaction and I came to that conclusion, I had no idea that multiple developers working on this project came out and said, the game's great. Like everything smells good in this kitchen. I didn't know that. And that is annoying to me because I still didn't know that. I didn't see a single report on that. So to be clear, we are now at a point when it comes to the video game internet side of things, people would rather ignore what the actual developers are saying publicly and instead choose to believe insider reports with anonymous sources. That's where we are right now. Because all I've seen are people, and even I've contributed to that. And I take accountability where it's like, I jumped the gun here. And I did so because I had no idea that these developers said this. And to me, that makes all the difference in the world. You know? Now, you're saying their devs are specialized in single player games. That's correct. Yeah. Like, to me, what it boils down to is Naughty Dog made probably a great video game and a great multiplayer experience, but it's just not a very good live service game. And if they tried to put the game out the way that they were planning to, it would have failed as a live service. And obviously, we don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. Naughty Dog fans, I think we can all agree that nobody wants to see Naughty Dog put out a multiplayer game and they basically they market it as like a super extra live service experience, but they fail to, you know, like it ends up looking like one of these games from a live service perspective where it's like, this doesn't seem like it's going to, you know, work out that well. No one wants to see that either. You're saying, wait, anonymous sources are anonymous for their safety. They're not anonymous to the reporter. Now, if you want to say Jason isn't trustworthy, okay, fine, but let's put money on it. Well, here's the thing. Keep in mind, I'm not saying that Jason Schreier's wrong. I think the way I've worded this, it's making it sound like Jason Schreier isn't reliable. No, he is. And I actually believe his report. I just think that the problem with Jason Schreier's report is the same problem that we've continued to encounter with Sony for many years now, which is there's so much context missing, and that's not Jason's fault. I don't blame him. If I had 4 Naughty Dog developers contacting me, giving me like juicy details and inside information, you know, I would definitely feel like I should report on this. And I just think it's so bizarre to me that like we're getting all of these details, right? Like, oh, we're learning about Bungie and how they're evaluating Naughty Dog's game. We're learning that apparently it just looked like a studio's first time at a Naughty Dog game or at a live service game. But like, I'm surprised. Like, how come no questions were asked or no answers were given? Where it's like, but is the game fun? Does it look like a quality Naughty Dog game? Does it look like a good game? Well, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? And that's the part that truly perplexes me, where it's like, I don't understand how we can get all of these minute details on what's going on with The Last of Us multiplayer, but yet the most important detail, the one that everyone wants to know, is the game good? Does it seem like it lives up to a Naughty Dog game in terms of quality and gameplay and just, you know, is it fun? Does it seem like, is it a fun game? Nothing. Nothing at all. We know nothing. And that's why I'm just like, something here is just weird to me, man. And Corey Landega gifting another membership as well, bringing us up to 13 on the day. Thank you so much, Corey, for keeping it going. And then Exley 3000 comes in with another 10 memberships gifted. Another 10 bomb. Hellbound 1981 with a 5 as well. You guys got a train going all of a sudden. All aboard the member train. Thank you guys. Coming out of nowhere. Keeping it going. I mean, you guys do so much heavy lifting for this community, man. It's like not even fair. That's awesome. Thank you, Exley. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Hellbound. You guys, Fred Vance, a few others. It's hard. I'm gonna have to start writing these names down, because there are certain. Don't worry, I'm gonna get to your super chat. I see you guys do so much heavy lifting for the community, and I very much appreciate it. Look, I don't condone spam, and I know that your messages were just removed. I'm going to read it. You're saying fair, because I know not everybody can super chat. You're saying MBG fair game developers are saying that the game is good and we need to wait, and you still are jumping the gun, saying the game is a joke. Who should we believe? Well, keep in mind, man, look, not to get overly defensive here, but SD, like, I said the game looks like a joke to me. And the reason why it looks like a joke is because of the CG trailer. Like, the CG trailer to me looks kind of like a joke. Like, this is not what PlayStation gamers are asking Sony for based off of the trailer. Dude, look, man, I know I come off very negative, but I'm more open-minded than some people might want to believe. Or even, I'm more open-minded than even probably I make it seem here. For all I know, I could play fair game and be like, this is amazing. This is addicting. Like, this is some of the funnest gameplay I've ever experienced. That could be a reality. And I'm willing to give it a chance. I'm just saying that CG trailer made me cringe very hard. And if that's the first impression of the game, that to me, that's a very bad impression. Now, does that mean I'm going to completely write it off and say I'm not even going to look at it? No. When we see gameplay, I'll have a much better idea. And we got Crucifixion coming in with another membership gifted. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat. I see a lot of the same people continually gifting memberships, continually growing the muscle-bound army. Let's give them a big thank you. Let's give them some big W's. We're at 29 members today, so thank you, guys. Already crushed the goal. Already crushed it. I got to update it. You guys destroyed it.
Enough from me. We're gonna have the games
Kept
do
you
our
waiting,
talking.
huh?
Is the soundboard playing, by the way? I tried to fix it. So that way when I update the member goal, it doesn't play the soundboard. So let me know if anything came through. The Jim Ryan one did. Was that the only one that came through? So Jim Ryan played, and what else? Was that the only one? Jim and Snake. Okay, yeah, I know exactly why that happened. That was actually my fault. I hit my number pad, and I got to use the numbers up top. Okay, all right. Hopefully that doesn't get. Hopefully YouTube's algorithm doesn't mistake that for a song. Hopefully it doesn't. All right. Abdul M. Ryan with another $20 super chat. I very much appreciate that, man. You're saying, I saw Spider-Man gameplay multiple times. Cutscenes look great. I'm sure gameplay plus story will be too. I just don't think it looks good overall compared to Rift Apart. I'm just a bit underwhelmed by gameplay graphics. You know, that's interesting you bring that up, Abdul, because that's been a point of contention that I've seen going around a lot. A lot of people are, I don't know, man. Like, I didn't think that a conversation surrounding Spider-Man 2 would be, it doesn't look as good as I thought it would be. And I've seen a lot of people like pointing out certain imperfections. And I've seen a lot of people coming to Spider-Man 2's defense by basically saying like Insomniac is they're currently polishing the game. You know, they're working on it. This is an older build. And you know, it's like, look, I rewatched the gameplay as well. I rewatched the gameplay, and you're saying it doesn't look as good as Rift Apart. It'll be a funny thing to think that if Spider-Man 2 releases and yet Rift Apart is still looked at as like the best looking PS5 game. I do want to say there is a big difference between Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart and Spider-Man 2, and I'm sure you're aware of that difference. And it's just simply the fact that Rift Apart was a linear game, to whereas, you know, with linear level design, Spider-Man 2 is open world, and not only is it open world, but it's actually apparently the world, the explorable area is going to be bigger this time around than the first one. Cam Slash, don't worry, man. I didn't miss your super chat. I'm just a little backed up on super chat, so I'll get to it. Actually, you're saying you were underwhelmed as well. It looked no better than Miles Morales. Yeah, and that's the thing is like, I watched this gameplay in 4K a couple times, and then I watched like a video comparing Spider-Man 2 to like Spider-Man Remastered, and I will admit that you would expect like a bigger leap at this point. And I think that's fair. I think it's fair for people to say like, it looked good, but I thought it would look a little bit better. Now, with that being said, nothing about the game looked bad to me. And that I think is important to point out, where it's like, if it's one thing to say, okay, I expected more, but does that mean it looks bad? To me, no. Like when I watched that gameplay, it looks really good. Like it looks really good. Like I think at this point, people's expectations in general might be like starting to take away from what we're at. Because like, as I was watching that Spider-Man 2 gameplay, I sat there and I just thought to myself, like, what if I wasn't on the internet? What if I wasn't on Twitter and I didn't read comments and what if there was zero input from anybody else and it was just me and me alone watching this 4K gameplay? I realized in that moment that all I would be thinking to myself is, this looks fucking awesome. Would I have noticed that some of the water effects were not as good as people were expecting? No, I wouldn't have. I would have never noticed that. Would I have noticed that a few of the textures in the distance like didn't look as good? I would have never noticed. I would have never noticed in a million years. And it's just interesting to me that I don't think there's anything wrong. And just to be clear, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with people being extra critical. I don't think there's anything wrong with people who want to look for every detail and find every imperfection. Like, that's fine, man. You know, like, you can do that for all games. There, like, no game is going to be perfect. And I think it's totally fine that if somebody says, hey, man, I played Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, I played Demon's Souls Remake, and I don't know, it just Spider-Man 2, I expected to have more pop to it. That's totally fair, man. That's totally, like, to have a higher expectation for a PS5 only exclusive that's been in development longer than any other game that we've seen thus far as a PS5 exclusive. Absolutely. When it comes to those who were defending Spider-Man 2 by saying like, well, Insomniac, you know, they're still polishing. I do just want to remind people that we did go through something similar, you know, with Spider-Man on PS4, where, you know, the whole Puddlegate thing where people were like, I don't know, man, the game doesn't look as good as we, you know, as it should or whatever. You know, people were just a little underwhelmed graphically. And then by the time the game launched, which wasn't that long after, it was like, oh, oh. I don't know, man. I guess my whole thing with it is I can't get on board with the whole, and to be fair, Abdul, I'm not saying you're not hating on Spider-Man 2. That's important for me to acknowledge. You're not hating on it. You're being totally fair and reasonable. And I actually appreciate that, because a lot of people are not fair and reasonable. A lot of people are just like, damn, that just looks like Spider-Man PS4. And it's like, okay, go watch Spider-Man PS4 and then watch this gameplay demo again. And if you still think it looks the same, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you, because they're definitely not the same. But are they similar in a lot of ways? Yes, they are. And to me, again, that's just another thing where it's like, well, I kind of expected that. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't expect Spider-Man 2 to look like a completely new game. Like, holy shit, this is unrecognizable. No. But I think that for me, what it comes down to is I do not doubt Insomniac games. That's all it comes down to. I enjoyed the gameplay demo. The most important takeaway for me from that gameplay demo is this looks really fun to play. And I think a lot of people sometimes, you know, and this is the nature of talking about video games a lot, it happens. You get caught up in all the minute details, and then it's like, wait, but how's the game look to play? And it turns out, like, dude, I rewatched that demo again, like 2 or 3 times. I'm like, this looks really, like, what? You know what caught my attention the most, truthfully? Like, I'm trying to think to myself, like, what really caught my attention in that gameplay demo? You know what really caught my attention more than anything else? The symbiote suit gameplay. That, to me, is what caught my attention the most, because it looked awesome. It looked really fun. And all I was thinking is, dude, I can't wait to play with the symbiote suit. Like, those finishing moves looked insane. It looked really, really fun. That's like the number one thing that stood out to me. And obviously you had the big set piece moments. A lot of people were saying that specific set piece in Spider-Man 2 reminded them of Uncharted 4. And some people were trying to make it seem like that's a bad thing. I'm like, dude, how is that a bad thing? Uncharted 4 is incredible, you know? Corey, you're saying people getting all pissy over Puddlegate were incapable of understanding what compromises need to be made to maintain consistent frame rate. And that's the reality, man. Is like, the truth is, we might, for bigger open world games like Spider-Man 2, we might be, you know, I could be wrong here, and it's hard to say. I mean, did Spider-Man 2 start out as a PS4 game? Well, when did Spider-Man PS4 come out? It came out in September of 2018. When did the PS5 come out? The PS5 came out in November of 2020. I think it's safe. Like, I'm not saying this is an excuse. It's not. It's just, it's an open world game, and it started as a PS4 title from the ground up. I mean, they probably completely shifted it to PS5. Obviously, they did. It's a PS5 exclusive. Could Spider-Man 2 run on a PS4? I mean, I'm not a developer. I can't tell you like yes or no definitively. Here's what I can tell you, though. There are sections of that gameplay demo that would break on PS4. There are multiple sections of that gameplay demo that would break on PS4. Specifically, the speed at which multiple times Miles Morales is swinging and basically soaring. That wouldn't work. Could they get it to work if they had to really get it? You know, they would have to spend extra development time to maybe tweak it, slow it down on the PS4 version. Yeah, probably they could do that. Maybe not though. I don't know. I'm not a developer. But I don't know, man. I'll be real right now. It just seems to me like there are people kind of dogpiling here a little bit. And, with me saying that, there are going to be people who are going to push back and say, you're just an apologist, you're just damage controlling. It's like, no, man, it's obvious. It's obvious. Some people are just beginning to dogpile where it's like, oh, well, everybody's saying that Sony had a bad showcase, so let's just say Spider-Man 2 is bad as well. Everything's bad. It's like, I understand that there are people who are desperate to really, really try to make it seem like Sony is on the brink of like, wow, dude, like it's over for them, bro. They just shot themselves in the foot, not once, but twice. It's not like, dude, I don't know, man. At some point we have to ask ourselves, like, when does it become unfair? That's the question I have. And it's a genuine question. I'm not saying it is unfair. I'm asking, when does it become unfair? Because I don't know how a AAA video game publisher and developer can put out a 10-minute gameplay demo like what we saw with Spider-Man 2, and there be so much criticism. Like I don't understand that. I genuinely don't understand. Like, because if any other video game publisher put that demo out, people would be losing their minds. Imagine if a gameplay demo like that showed up at an Xbox showcase. Or imagine, we know EA's making an Iron Man game, right? Imagine they have their first Iron Man demo looked like that. You think there'd be this type of criticism? No, there wouldn't be. There just simply wouldn't be. And maybe you could make the argument, well, that the reason why it seems like there's so much criticism is because people hold Sony to the absolute highest standard. That I can understand and I could agree with. And I could say, well, yeah, there's no doubt about that. But I just think it's just crazy to me that there are people, there are seemingly groups of people that are very desperate to try to ensure that the conversation around Spider-Man 2 is on everything except how fun it looks and how good of a game it looks. And that is where it begins to bother me, because it's like, dude, I would never, like, do you remember when Xbox showed off their Hellblade 2 demo, their gameplay demo? I remember. I think it was in 2021. Xbox showed the first gameplay of Hellblade 2, and the biggest criticism that people had with it, reasonable criticism, by the way, was that it looked like it was on rails and there was very little actual like gameplay. Like, where was the combat? Where was that? And I thought that was a fair criticism. I'm like, yeah, that's some people might not be remembering what gameplay I'm talking about. It was when that giant creature was like chasing Senua, and she was like running away from it, and I guess her tribe people or whatever, they were, I don't know, her whole tribe was there and they were being chased by it, and she kept throwing like spears at it. And I remember when that came out, like, there were people very obviously who don't care about Hellblade 2. They don't care about Xbox. They don't care about, like, they just hate, like, they want Xbox to die, basically. You know what I mean? Xbox could show you the greatest thing in the world, but if it has the Xbox logo on it, well, then it's bad. And yeah, I mean, toxic PlayStation fanboys, toxic Xbox fanboys, they're all over. The reality is that game looked great. Like, Hellblade 2 objectively looks super good visually, and the animations, it all looks amazing. And the only real valid criticism, in my opinion, of that gameplay was simply it looked like maybe that it would be nice to see other aspects of gameplay rather than just running what seems to be on rails and throwing a spear. And I think that's fine. But when I saw people trying to come out and be like, man, that looked horrible, that was a joke, this is what you get from Xbox, that's where I'm just like, what are you guys talking about? Like, you're just desperate to make sure that the only conversation surrounding any Xbox game is negative, no matter what. No matter, like, even though that literally looks like it could be a Sony exclusive, you're gonna say it looks like shit because it has an Xbox logo on it. And the same thing happens in situations like this with Spider-Man 2. The same exact thing happens. Where it's like, we see different types of gameplay. There's all different types of gameplay. There's the on-rails kind of cinematic showpiece moments. And then there's the actual symbiote suit gameplay. There's Miles flying through the city. Graphics look great. Maybe not perfect, but they look great. City looks great. We're getting some cutscenes, some cinematics. But it's not like it. You would think that it's just like, wow, that looks really good. No, actually, if you go on the internet, you'll see tons of people being like, yeah, but did you see that water effect? Or did you see that one NPC? It's just like, it just gets so nauseating where it's like, I get it. We're always going to sometimes nitpick certain things. But at what point do we just start to like try to take a step back and let's not look at it through the lens of it's a PlayStation game, it's an Xbox game. Let's just look at it through the lens of this is a game. How's it looking? Because I'll tell you right now, I look at Spider-Man 2 as a game and as a 10-minute gameplay demo. I'm saying that's looking damn good. That's looking damn good. Hellblade 2, the last gameplay demo we saw, I'm thinking it's looking good. I'm liking it. I want to see more. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's a time to nitpick, I think. There's a time to be overly critical, but I just think that I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. Like, I'm not saying everybody needs to say that it was the perfect game and it's the best. And maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's because a lot of these conversations exist in the extreme, on the extreme ends, where maybe some PlayStation fans, maybe I've even contributed to it. We spent too much time saying that, PlayStation games are the greatest things ever created in the history of anything. And then maybe too many people have spent too much time saying that every single Xbox game is the worst piece of garbage ever made. And it's interesting because that's what I said on Twitter. I put out a tweet with a couple of screenshots for Spider-Man 2, and I simply said that Spider-Man 2 looks really fun to play. And I felt like that was an important thing to put out there, and not in a defensive way, but just to remind people that, like, guys, it's a video game and it looks pretty fun. Like, I don't know what some of these people on Twitter are seeing, but I'm seeing a fun looking game. And somebody replied to it and they were like, yeah, but you're the same guy who bitches about every Xbox game because of the graphics or something like that. And it's like, what? Like, when have I, like, no. See, this is where people have no room for any nuance, where it's like, actually, that person probably is talking about the conversations we've had numerous times about Xbox's struggle to consistently release higher quality AAA games. How many times have I given Xbox credit for releasing these smaller titles that to a lot of people are very fun and good games. You know? You're saying, I mean, he ain't lying. Remember Hi-Fi Rush's reveal trailer? I mean, well, you know, that's where it's like, okay, that's fair. But it's the same, like, I responded the same way to Hi-Fi Rush from a visual standpoint that I've responded to Haven's, a first-party PlayStation Studio, their game. I won't lie. There are times where a visual aesthetic of a game will turn me off. And I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's fair. It's not. But I'm a human being, and I just can't help that. Like, if I see a game that looks like just immediately, to me, graphically, I don't know, just kind of, I'm trying to think of the right term to use. Like, I'm not going to say kiddish or like a childish. That's not, because that's not fair. Games that are very stylized, I think is the best way to put it. I mean, you could say generic, and it might be the Fortnite effect for me. I'll be totally real. Like, games that just in any way look like reminiscent of Fortnite, they just immediately put me in a bad place. And that's not fair. That's not fair to the games. And I'm trying to get better with that. I am only human here. But it's like when I saw Haven and I'm like, that doesn't necessarily look like Fortnite, but it's really got that kind of live service, like, you know, colorful over the fucking top where it's like, okay, I've seen this literally a million times. And it's disappointing like almost every time, you know? Stuff like that. And then when I see a game like Hi-Fi Rush where I'm like, it pops. It certainly pops, but that's not the type of graphical art style that catches my attention immediately, you know? And so, you know, it's not that I necessarily am just criticizing, and I think this is just what I'm trying to clear up here. My problem, and I think people have identified this, is that I'm a AAA gamer. Like, I look for the AAA games. And because of that, there is an association with modern day AAA games and graphical fidelity. And I can't lie that, like, it does matter to me. You know, it does, like, how a game looks does matter to me. And I don't feel bad in admitting that, because no one should feel like, if it doesn't matter to somebody, it doesn't matter. If it does matter to somebody, then it does. But think about my criticism with Star Wars Jedi Survivor so far. I like the game. The gameplay is great, but the performance mode just simply does not look very good to me, to a disappointing degree, where I'm like, I definitely expected more. And I think that's fine. And if somebody were to say, oh, I think it looks great, I think it looks fine, totally fine. You know, I guess it's just sometimes people take it too far. I think sometimes people take it too far, where it's like, now we're having a conversation about the imperfections of Spider-Man 2 when it's like, dude, like, I mean, I'm expecting some big things out of Sony and Insomniac on the PS5 as well, but come on now, you know, like, I gotta be honest, man, like, people, if this is where we are with AAA games, dude, they might have to prepare themselves for maybe something like GTA 6. Not to like take a left turn here, but because I was just thinking, like, we are at that point where the law of diminishing returns has kicked in. Like, we're still going to see better looking games, but how far that can really go is more limited than it ever has been. And you look at GTA 5 and you look at what modders on GTA 5 are doing on PC and the way that they're getting GTA 5 to look on PC. It kind of gets to a point where it's like, well, you know, I'm sure GTA 6 is probably going to be one of the best looking games we ever see, but I don't know. I just think maybe it might start to benefit not just PlayStation users, but everybody. I think it might start to benefit everybody to just be like, look, whatever my expectation was, where I said, dude, I think we're going to see something insane with Spider-Man 2 that has like never been done before. That was me having unreasonable expectations, I think, because it's like, well, it's a sequel, you know, it's going to look better than the last generation version. There are going to be some new features. There are going to be some cool looking things, But I think I definitely got my expectations way off the mark when it's like, it's going to just come out and we're going to see something that's just like, and check this out. This has never been done in history. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that we're quite there yet. I don't know that we will be there. But you know what I will say though, and this is, I do have to give a little bit of credit here to something. I saw that people were pointing out that in that section of the Spider-Man 2 gameplay demo, when Miles Morales is like zooming through the city, they put a comparison shot with that to, do you remember the Epic Games tech demo we got on like what could potentially be possible on the PS5? And at the end, the thing that really surprised a lot of people was the chick started flying and she started going super fast. I saw somebody put a comparison up showing Miles Morales compared to that demo, and it looked very like eerily similar. Like it's like, oh, we are starting to see some of these things, you know, that we were kind of promised with the PS5 tech demo come to fruition now and become a reality. So I just want to, again, that's not me defending. I'm just pointing out that I think most people forgot about that demo, and you know, it's like, it's cool to see that some of those things are actually coming to fruition and becoming a reality. And, you know, I think that at the end of the day, the reality for many fans, myself included, is that I think the expectations can sometimes, and I think like this was certainly something I took away after this week with PlayStation. Expectations, you know, they say comparison can be the thief of joy, but I also think sometimes expectations can be the thief of joy as well, you know? And that's not me saying I should have had low expectations, certainly not. But it just sometimes makes me take a step back and think, like, am I being unreasonable with some of the things I'm expecting? You know, like, because if I am, I'd rather readjust that and recalibrate that for my own self, because I don't want to continually be left feeling disappointed. You know what I mean? Because there's just some things where it's like, well, dude, this is what it is, man. Like, this is what it is. Like, no matter how upset you are about it, no matter how annoyed you are about it, like, this is what it is. So it's like, you know what they say, like, when life hands you lemons, make lemonade, right? But, and yeah, to be fair, so Joker, you're saying, I mean, it's been almost 2 years with no showcase. I'm not, to be honest, I'm not even necessarily talking about the showcase. Like, I've talked about the showcase. I just mean, like, this is where I feel like I can't share in that, like, yes, I had an unrealistic expectation for Spider-Man 2 by claiming that this game is going to do something we've never seen before. And I had no proof there was nothing indicating that was going to be the case. But that was my expectation, and we didn't get that. But I'm actually, what we did get was still very, very good. And to me, very exciting. And so, you know, I think that's where I think I'm a pretty reasonable person at the end of the day. I can have my emotional fits, of course. I can have my moments where I'm definitely not reasonable. But when I'm just like, you know, in a calm state of mind, I think I could be a pretty reasonable person. And it's like, you know, even that showcase, right? You guys know, I've said over and over again, to me, that showcase was not good enough when it comes to Sony's first party. And I was very disappointed by that. However, as more time goes by and I rewatch a lot of these trailers and I start to just look at it from the perspective of, okay, let me go into the showcase knowing that there's going to be limited first party, but what games am I going to be playing in the next 6 months, in the next 9 months that are being shown off here? And when I go in with that perspective, it changes things. It does. It makes me feel a lot better in the sense that, like, you know, I can't lie. Like, as somebody who owns a PS5 and is always looking for new games to play month over month, there's quite a bit here that I'm looking forward to playing. Does it make me any less disappointed that we didn't see enough first party? No, I'm still disappointed in that, but I realized that this showcase was a reality check for me in that I'm just going to have to accept And yeah, sure, maybe it's me taking an L, and I've I inflated this showcase to the, it's going to be of epic proportions, biblical proportions, whatever. But I think that this showcase was a reality check for me in that, hey man, PlayStation's great and they do a lot of great things, but there are going to be times where they're just not going to show up the way you think they are. They're just not going to be ready. They're not going to have what you think they're going to have. And that doesn't mean, I don't think that means I have to go into every show being like, well, I guess this is going to be a bummer. No, but it's just like, if you go back and watch, I put out a video 2 days before the showcase where I said what I hope to see at the PlayStation showcase. And it's wild how, like, I really thought in that video, and maybe I was, I mean, some people would say, dude, look, man, you weren't that unreasonable in that video. But it's just crazy how all the things I listed in that video, like, it's like if I could go back just a week ago, like a week, previously, and let myself know, like, hey, man, that video you're going to make, you're going to want to trim down about like 80% of that. Like I would have been like, what? 80%? What do you mean? But yeah, there's definitely things I'm looking forward to. And that's where I think for me, where the way I ended up finding my balance with this whole thing, with this whole thing is, I could agree when people say, I think that PlayStation Showcase was disappointing. I agree with that. I felt disappointed by it. But where I couldn't agree is when I also saw a lot of the same people or separate people also throwing in there, and Spider-Man 2 looked not great, not very good. And that's just like, whoa, okay, hold on now. Like I can agree with, like, I left that showcase feeling pretty disappointed, but I don't know, man. Spider-Man 2 looked really good. MBG, did you see Insomniac's deleted tweet? And ooh, no, I did not. What was their deleted tweet? That sounds juicy. How did I miss this? When did they tweet it? And what did the tweet say? It's at 20 million views already? Oh my God, dude. That's crazy. No, is it really? That's a lot. See, Leviathan X, I mean, look, you're entitled to your opinion, man. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, like, I don't agree at all, bro. Like, you're saying Spider-Man 2 looked mid? Like, what? If you're saying, dude, if Spider-Man, see, what I don't understand is, like, if Spider-Man 2 looks mid to you, what looks good? You know what I mean? Like, are you sure you're not just, I mean, are you saying that because you're just not a fan of superhero games? Like, because that might explain it. Pushing Polygons, you're saying Spider-Man 2, September 8th, June 2nd pre-orders. Yo, wait, what? Did I miss this? Did this just happen? Is this breaking news? Because if Insomniac put that tweet out and deleted it, then it's legitimate. It was in the middle of the night. Are you sure? I don't know, man. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything. Are you sure it wasn't a like a troll account? Fake tweet? Yeah, that seems sus. It does seem sus. Pushing Polygons, I think you might have gotten bamboozled, man. Because I'm not seeing anything come up. It's a fake tweet. Dude, you always gotta be on the lookout for these fake tweets, bro. Friendly Troll says Redfall is better. Deal with it. Dude, imagine we go into the Xbox showcase and Microsoft one of their announcements announcing the 60 FPS update for Redfall. Could you imagine? That would be very comical. All right, I do have quite a few super chats to get through here. Supremacy 101. Hold on, I'll read both your super chats back to back. Supremacy 101, you're saying Killzone 2's multiplayer had all the makings of a great ranking system in a game of this kind. Sony should consider bringing said multiplayer to PlayStation 5. Ubisoft in general has Ghost Recon, Far Cry, Division, The Crew, Rainbow Six, X-Defiant is a new game that's gaining steam. I did see that. Yeah, X-Defiant actually looks really good. And you're saying, overhead aside, it's a good buy. I mean, if you consider... You know what I could see happening? Here's what I could see happening. Because Supremacy, you're really hanging on to the whole Ubisoft thing. Like, Sony should buy Ubisoft for their live service titles. What I could see happening, and this would take many years, of course, but we've discussed at length about how, like, Sony's live service push, clearly there's a lot going into it. There's a lot going into Sony's live service push, and they have very, very high expectations, as in they expect at least some of these games to be very successful and make lots and lots of money. There is always the chance. Now, maybe I have to pump the brakes on this theory a little bit, because I was going to say there's always the chance that their live service push could blow up in their face and be a colossal, complete failure. However, the fact that they have Bungie alone might guarantee their success, in the sense that it's clear Marathon's going to be huge. Like, it's crystal clear Marathon is going to be a huge, huge game, and Sony technically owns that. You know, Marathon is now a Sony game. Is it? Yeah, it's going to be on Xbox, and Bungie's going to take care of it themselves. Honestly, Sony really isn't going to do anything except just collect money from it, you know? And that's why I kind of think, like, okay, if every one of Sony's live service pushes fails, at the very least, Bungie will be that guaranteed success for them. But I was just thinking, like, if after many years of Sony trying to get live service games to succeed and work, and it doesn't, they could end up deciding to, you know, I don't know, man, maybe looking at a publisher with established games. You have Tom Clancy, like you said, you got Far Cry, which apparently is going to get live service-ified, Division, you know, Rainbow Six, The Crew, X-Defiant, all these games you're listing. Who knows, man? Maybe Sony, I mean, I feel like there'd be a massive amount of layoffs if it happened. But if Sony is that serious about ensuring that they can have a successful pipeline of live service revenue, that could happen in the long run, you know? Maybe. So I appreciate the super chat, Supremacy. And yeah, it would be so. And just to say, a lot of people want Killzone to come back. They've been waiting for Killzone to come back, and unfortunately, you know, I don't think Killzone's coming back, man. I think that's clear. We got Marathon, which is an FPS. We have Concord, which is an FPS. So we have 2 first-party FPS games that have been confirmed. I don't think Killzone is going to come back, unfortunately, which is sad. Let me see here. Cam Slash, you're saying Sony is getting ready to do some major acquisitions. They are selling a part of a department and retaining 20%. They are tracking $10 billion. Yeah. Sony, I don't know that guarantees they're getting ready to make a big acquisition, but my theory on this is that Sony wants to be in position, right? Like, they want to be able to have a large amount of money, like just on hand, cash ready to flow instantaneously. If there is if something pops up, like, again, I see new people coming into the chat asking if I've talked about the rumor about CD Projekt Red being acquired, and like that's what I'm talking about. Where it's like, if CD Projekt Red is like, if they decide they want to start shopping around to potentially be acquired, Sony's gonna want to make sure that if that's something they might be interested in, they have the money ready to go and jump on that. And we have Exley 3000 coming in with another 5-bomb. Thank you so much, Exley. You get a crazy Arnold for that one. We got Exley 3000 doing some serious work today. Another 5 memberships gifted. Thank you so much, Exley. Such an awesome community, such a generous community we have here. Love to see it. Love to see it. For anybody who was just gifted a membership, I will let you know, I released my first ever members only video. You go check that out. You'll now have access to it. Thanks to Exley and others who are gifting. So huge shout out. Love to see it, man. Keeping this train going. We're at 34 members on the day. My counter here was a little bit ahead. So the one problem with my membership goal counter is anytime I get a milestone chat from somebody, it counts as a new membership, which is a little bit annoying because obviously that's not what it is, but my streaming software counts it. So we're at 34 members on the day, thanks to Exley's 5-bomb. Exley 3000 putting in work today. But Cam Slash, yeah, that's the thing, man. There's no doubt that Sony is going to be looking to acquire more. I mean, are they going to acquire a big, massive studio, a publisher? It's anybody's guess. No one knows. No one knows. I do think it would be wise of Sony to be ready. And I think that's all it boils down to, is Sony should prepare themselves where if you have to very quickly make that move, you want to make sure that you have the money on hand to do that, because the gaming industry is consolidating and you never know who's going to be looking to sell. But what Sony, as well as everyone else, knows is that there's always people looking to buy. And you got to be ready. You got to be ready. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It would be quite shocking. Like it would be a very shocking thing if Sony if Sony comes out and is just like one day like, yeah, we've acquired like this major studio. It would be a shocker. I'll be honest with you, like Sony wanting to acquire CD Projekt Red, I'm not saying the rumor's true because I don't believe it. I don't believe acquisition rumors. I just don't. Anytime I see somebody say like, oh, this, Sony's going to acquire this or Sony's going to acquire, you don't know that. No one knows. These things happen at a moment's notice. What I will say, CD Projekt Red would be arguably the biggest studio that Sony could get that would be a response to Microsoft acquiring Bethesda. Does that make sense? Because when Microsoft acquired Bethesda and we found out that, well, all of their future games like Starfield and Fallout and Elder Scrolls, all these big RPGs, they're going to be exclusive to Xbox. They're not releasing on PlayStation. You look at the type of games that CD Projekt Red makes, and Sony doesn't make games like that. Like Sony doesn't have a game like Elder Scrolls. They don't have a game like Cyberpunk. They just don't. And I don't know that they even have a studio that would be able to make something like that right now. And it's just the only reason I consider CD Projekt Red like an actual potential acquisition target is for that reason. It's because Sony doesn't really have something to compete with Starfield. Sony doesn't have something to compete with Elder Scrolls or Fallout. These big titles that are no longer going to come to PlayStation. And arguably one of the only studios around that could create games that can rival that in the RPG space would be CD Projekt Red. So, do I believe the rumor? Absolutely not. Do I think Sony at any point in time might try to say, hey, CD Projekt, you want to have some discussions? Maybe. Yeah, I could see that happening. But, I think Sony's biggest concern and why they would be very hesitant is let's not forget what happened with Cyberpunk, right? Sony had to take that game off the store. And I don't know, maybe you could argue that CD Projekt Red could maybe benefit from having a publisher like Sony to make sure that they don't release games like that ever again. But I don't think maybe I'm giving CD Projekt Red too much credit, but I don't think they'll ever have I think they learned their lesson. You know what I mean? How could you not learn your lesson after that? You're saying they could be a second party developer? Yeah, that's another thing Sony could try to work out. We know Sony's always after those big second and third party exclusivity deals. So it's hard to, honestly, it's very, very difficult to predict what could happen next. If I were Sony, I would just be operating under the assumption that Activision Blizzard is going to get purchased by Microsoft. Devil you're saying it had nothing to do with quality control. Please understand that. No, I know that. I know that Sony, look, it was easy for Sony to make it seem like they took CD Projekt Red or Cyberpunk 2077 off the PlayStation Store because it's we don't condone that type of quality. No, it's because they're dude, we're not we can't make money this way. We're not dealing with these refunds. Sony wants to make the money off the game, of course. And they're happy to take the money. But when you have tens of thousands of people all coming out and saying we want refunds, and Sony's just this shit ain't worth it, dude. We're not dealing with this. So yeah, it's and honestly, it was because it wasn't Sony's choice. It was CD Projekt Red, if you remember, they said they'll refund anybody who wants one. And Sony's we didn't agree to this shit. That's pretty much what it comes down to. But I will also say I don't think Sony would ever be willing to release a game in that state. I feel confident in saying that. You're saying, Gollum is on the PS Store. That is true. That is true. Dude, that Gollum game, oh my God, what a nightmare, dude. What a nightmare. That game is $60. That game is $60. What? Oh, man. They're down bad right now, bro. Sons of Liberty coming in saying, Metal Gear's back, man. Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah. Dude, has anybody else noticed on Twitter that Jeff Keighley keeps aggressively replying to all of the official Metal Gear's tweets? Have any of you guys noticed this? It's pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. Every time Konami or the official Metal Gear account tweets about Metal Gear, you just see Jeff Keighley with a tweet being but who's the developer? Who made the game though? It's so funny, man. And I get it. I get it. I understand. I understand that Jeff is very loyal to Hideo Kojima. But it's come on, man. It's fine. The reality is, look, the reality is Kojima has moved on, dude. And I don't know if people know this or not, but there was a tweet that came out back in 2010 from Hideo Kojima. There was a tweet that Kojima made in 2010, so it was a long time. It was 13 years ago. And I'm paraphrasing what he said, but he pretty much said that Metal Gear will always live on without him, and he fully understands this. Like he pretty much said, like, there will be the day where like people make, Metal Gear games will be made and I'm not involved. And he was just saying that he understands, like, this, it's not his IP. He doesn't own it. He's the creator of the game, but he just put it out there that he fully understands that's a thing that's going to happen. And, I'm not saying that the way Kojima and Konami departed was good. It was not. It was very bad. And Konami, the previous leadership at Konami deserved every ounce of hate that they got for handling it that way. But yeah, like I've seen a lot of people acting like upset because Kojima's not involved. And I'm like, look, it is what it is, man. It's a remake. It's a remake of MGS3 Snake Eater. And in my opinion, Konami would have to go pretty out of their way to screw that up. Saying Snake's voice might throw me off. So it's worth noting with the Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater remake, it has been officially confirmed by Konami that they are reusing the original audio of the game and voiceovers. So that to me is a big win, because I mean, it, like, would it have been cool to have everything re-recorded by the original voice actors? Yeah, but I'll be honest, if you go listen to, like, the voice acting in the game is not a problem, I don't think. I think it holds up pretty well. So just the fact that, okay, that gives me confidence that, okay, like, you could have recasted Snake again and had some random person voice him. That would have been a disaster. Saying the audio is going to sound crunchy. You're saying it needs to be polished a bit. Yeah, I mean, well, you have to imagine that they're going to touch it up, right? Like, it would be very disappointing if they're just like literally like drop audio file. You know what I mean? Like, that would suck. I hope they touch it up a little bit. You're saying this is going to be half-assed. I have that fear as well. I have like so for those who don't know, there are screenshots of what this game is going to look like visually, and it looks really, really good. Like, it looks very good. But what's weird to me about it, I don't know what to think about the gameplay, because it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to envision what playing a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake would be like if literally the only thing that changed is the graphics are better. The graphics are modern. That's the only thing that has changed. I'm really not sure. I feel like I would have to go back and play Metal Gear Solid 3 HD and try to like ask myself, like, does this gameplay hold up? Saying I dread the facial animations. I mean, I won't lie to you guys. I'm nervous as well. I am nervous as well, because we're in the day and age where remakes are better than they've ever been. Remakes are, you could say this is the golden age of remakes. The idea that we're going to finally get that beloved Metal Gear remake and then Konami just completely screws it up. It's like, oh, man. Like, because I was thinking, like, at the very least, could you at least give Snake an like, if you're going to update anything, give him an over-the-shoulder, slightly closer viewed, perspective. No, it doesn't have to be completely over the shoulder, but just a little bit closer in. Give it an over-the-shoulder aiming. Like, that would be nice, some nice modernization, I think. And we got Hellbound 1981. Hellbound 1981 keeping the membership train going, gifting another 5 memberships, bringing us up to 39 members. Guys, we are 11 members away from hitting 50 on the day, which is crazy and awesome. I mean, you guys already crushed the first goal I had, which was 25 members. So let's get some W's in the chat for Hellbound 1981. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. The support means so much. The support has been just off the charts, truthfully. The channel has never been healthier. The channel has never been in a better spot than it is now. And that's thanks to you guys. I've been loving the streams. I hope you guys have been enjoying the streams as much as I've been enjoying doing them. And I've been trying to keep the video content going. I'm going to do another member stream sometime soon. And we got Brett Williams coming in with a membership gift, bringing us up to 40. And then on top of that, we have actually 3,000 dropping yet another 10 gifts, bringing us up to 50 on the day, crushing the goal, man. Crushing the goal. You got, just like that, you guys destroyed it. 50 members on the day.
You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
Thank you guys so much. The generosity never ceases to amaze me. Truly. Let's get some W's in the chat. Membership train, all aboard. You know what? I got to tell you guys something. So, you know, another reason I was a little bit disappointed about the PlayStation Showcase, and I think this is relevant to the membership stuff. I was disappointed because I was really hoping there was going to be some type of multiplayer game from PlayStation, like a beta, a demo, anything, like early access, whatever, shadow dropped on the showcase. Because if that happened, I was going to be like, yo, let's do some members only, or just some, let's play some multiplayer rounds of this game with some members or something, or I could stream it for members or just anything like that. And expectations were too high. We got Herpy Derps coming in as well. Let's get some W's in the chat for Herpy Derps. Herpy Derps gifting another 5 memberships, guys. I have to update the member goal again because you guys just absolutely demolished it. Thank you so much, Herpy Derps. Can't get over your name, man.
We're gonna have the games do our talking.
Oops. I'm sorry. I know I keep doing the Jim Ryan soundboard. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I'm trying to get used to redoing the member goal this way. Herpy Derps, you get a couple of Jim Ryans there. You know, something else I was disappointed that we didn't get during the showcase. Where was the big Jim Ryan quote, right? Where was the big Jim Ryan quote? We were supposed to get some kind of like hard-hitting Jim Ryan quote at the beginning. Imagine if Jim Ryan had a Twitter. Oh man, it would be a nightmare, bro. Dude, Jim Ryan would legitimately get bullied off of Twitter. And that's sad to think, isn't it? Laman, you're saying, haha, MBG, my female roommate thinks you're cute. Oh, well, that's kind of you, I guess. That's flattering. That's relevant and important information for me to know during my stream, Laman. So thank you. Thank you for conveying that message. The question is, has she seen me with my hair yet? I'm kidding, of course. Yes, I'm a happily married man. But hey, you know, it is flattering. Very kind individuals here on the channel. Always showing all kind of support. I mean, I get people coming in here being like, yo, I want to grow this community. Let's get some membership gifts. I got people coming in here saying, MBG, you got to wear that wig all the time, bro, because it just looks that good. Meanwhile, I have other people in here being like, bro, I need you to flex for me right now, okay? I need to see that MBG flex. MBG, your beard game is strong. Well, hey, man, that's nice to know because dude, I was at my weakest. As you guys know, a couple of weeks ago, for the first time in I think, no joke, probably 15 plus years, like I clean shaved my face. I took a razor to my face. I don't know why I did it. I must have been possessed or something. And it was so, dude, I like didn't realize what I was doing until after I did it. And I was looking at my face. I'm like, what did I do? Like, I was like, this just is so weird, man. I couldn't believe how strange it looked. And you're saying I look like Tom Hardy with a clean shave. Dude, I've been told throughout my life, that I look like Tom Hardy or Shia LaBeouf. And a couple of times I was told I look like Keanu Reeves, like when I was younger. But lately, like the past, I'd say probably like 5 to 6 years, I've been told multiple times I look like either Tom Hardy or Shia LaBeouf, which is funny to me. But but yeah, dude, I looked so strange with a clean shave. So I'm glad the beard has come back. Finally. It didn't take that long. I think it took like about a month to get to this point. Maybe I'll just grow it out, man. Maybe I don't know. I usually just kind of trim up my beard a little bit to stop it from going too long, but maybe this time. I've never really grown out my beard though. Like I've never really just let it grow. Maybe I'll do it. I don't know. I think my wife would like that. From Tom Hardy to Kratos. Yeah, man. Like Deacon St. John. That's funny, dude. That'll be my next cosplay. Deacon St. John cosplay. That actually, honestly, that'd probably be a pretty easy cosplay. All right, let's keep this going here. But yeah, thank you guys for the continued support, man. Let's see. Hey, Zoc, you're saying, I lost all will to play for some reason. Feeling down after another week of bad news. More games as a service. Jeez, what is wrong with my ability to speak today? More games as a service. Death of physical gaming. I feel out of touch. So you know what? It is true, man. Games of the service. It is true. I'm trying so hard to like stay on the rails here, you know. It is true that we got quite a few disappointing announcements, even within the fact that, like, so somebody told me, I think it was during the showcase, shortly after that stream, they were like, dude, there's going to be no physical version of Alan Wake 2. It's just going to be digital only. And I really didn't believe that. And it's been confirmed that they give multiple reasons why they're doing digital only, but that sucks, man. PS Gamer, don't worry. Your super chat's the next one in line. I apologize keeping you guys waiting. But as somebody who prefers physical games and, you know, I want to continue to support physical media, I don't want to usher in the age of digital only because I feel like there has to always be options. It's just, as long as there are options, it's better from the consumer perspective. The fact that, you know, Alan Wake 2 is being published by Epic Games, it's a big AAA game, man. Like, how are they not doing a physical release? That's so dumb. That's so dumb to me. Like, they really need to. I hope they change their mind because I won't lie. Look, I'm not saying that it's going to make me not buy and play the game because I think Alan Wake 2 looks really good, but I don't know. It's just supremely disappointing, and I hope it's not a trend we start to see because I think that's the scary part. Hickzock is I get why you're feeling down and out of touch because it's like this is kind of like the first time we're seeing that where a big AAA publisher and developer are like, yeah, we're not doing a physical release. And the reason why I hope they change their mind is because if that proves to be fine and like they sell a lot of copies of the game, that's going to send the signal to like other publishers where it's like, well, maybe we should start doing that. And that would suck, man. Yeah, others will follow. And I don't want to see that. I really don't want to see that. I know that most people still like they do buy digital. And I get it. I don't have a problem with digital. I don't want to see the option. Like, that's the problem with Alan Wake 2 is there's no option. The option was taken away. That, I don't like that at all. So I hope you start to cheer up, Hicksock. PS Gamer, thank you for the $20 super chat, man. You're saying, hey, ABG, it's been a crazy week for Sony fans. Shit show, Bungie taking over Sony Studios, canceling games. Just want to say, F Jim Ryan, ABK/Microsoft Games as a Service, Bungie Marathon, long live single-player games. Big MGS fan here. Well, I'm happy to hear. I'm glad you ended that super chat on a positive note. I'm glad you're a big Metal Gear Solid fan, man. I'm sure you're looking forward to the remake and the collection that's coming out. And yeah, it was a crazy week. As I said in my title, it definitely was a crazy week for PlayStation and PlayStation fans. The one thing that I'm hoping we get more information on, man, because we talked extensively about the showcase, and I don't want to keep going on and on about it because I've said pretty much everything I could possibly say about the PlayStation showcase. I think to me, what's surprising, is it's such a weird feeling, and maybe this is because I'm a content creator and I talk about it all the time, more so than the average person. Certainly, it is just strange to me to think that we've waited so long, and it happened, and now it's over. That was the showcase. It's like, huh? It's kind of one of these things where it's like, I can't believe it just came and went like that. It felt like it went a little, it went by too quick. I don't know. It's very strange. It's a strange feeling. You're saying in some ways it feels like it didn't happen. Yeah, I kind of get that feeling too a little bit, like it did kind of feel like it didn't really happen, but it's just like the one thing that I'm hoping we get some more information on and some more, just some more context with is the Last of Us multiplayer situation, because you mentioned Bungie and we talked about it earlier. I really hope that we get some kind of more thorough update from Naughty Dog, because like I said, I'm taking what Naughty Dog said at face value. They need more time. The game's not canceled. They're making a single player game, but they just need more time with their multiplayer game. I'm going to be optimistic, especially after hearing what the developer said. They said that everything's good with the multiplayer game. But I won't lie, man. Like, a part of me was holding out a little bit of hope. I wasn't going to say it to you guys, but deep down, I had some hope that, like, maybe, just maybe, we'll see The Last of Us multiplayer at Summer Game Fest, because it's true that it did show up in a big way. Naughty Dog showed up in a big way at last Summer Game Fest, but now it's clear. I don't think we're going to see this game. I mean, will we see The Last of Us multiplayer before the year's over? I don't know, man. I don't know. So, saying F Jim Ryan and F the ABK Microsoft. Saying F. So yeah, Bungie's Marathon. We'll see, man. I'm curious to see Marathon gameplay. I did see that certain members of the press, apparently they got emails from Bungie. They're invited to get a first look at Marathon later this summer. And that's interesting to me because it's like, like I didn't expect to be getting like gameplay impressions of Marathon so soon. I mean, I thought something like Marathon, it's like we're not going to hear about it again until maybe sometime mid next year or something like that. So hopefully it's good, man. You're saying in the vid doc they said that they're doing an alpha test soon. It must be that. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm really curious. Like, I mean, look, I'm not the biggest Bungie fan. I don't play Destiny. I mean, I have played Destiny. I'm not, I fell off of it a long, long time ago, and I just don't care for it. But I will admit, it is interesting to think that, okay, we're getting a new game from Bungie since Destiny. one, like, no more Destiny, something new. I'm interested in the sense, like, I want to see this game. I want to see what Marathon ends up being. It could be really fun. It could be really fun. So I'm definitely interested in seeing the gameplay. You're saying it'd be cool to play Marathon from day one and get it on the ground floor, Yeah. I think that's another reason why I felt somewhat excited about Sony's live service games, is it's because it's like a lot of these live service games that are out today, the biggest ones, you're not getting in on the ground floor. Like you're coming in like years later, and that to me is a huge turnoff. Where it's like I don't want to, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to join a game that's years old, and I know that they try to make it as accommodating and accessible as they can, but there is just something different about like being there from day one. Where it's new to everybody. It's new for everybody. There's just something different about that, and there's something to be said for it. Subtext, you're saying, I heard an interesting theory. The major first parties shown, Haven, Firewalk, Bungie, were new acquisitions that haven't shown trailers. They announced the product with the code name, first ever. Sony had a meeting with investors the day before the event. Was this an event more for investors and showing these investments paying off? Yeah, I speculated on that as well, where it did seem strange to me that Sony was like, we're going to show 4 total first party studios. 3 are going to be live service, and 3 of those trailers are going to be CGI. I mean, listen, if I go, your question is it for the investors? I mean, I think so. Because you're right, man. Like you're saying, Sony needs to show the investors that the money they invested into Haven, Firewalk, and especially Bungie, billions of dollars in the Bungie, they need to show the investors, like, see, like it's going to pay off. Like we have things coming from them. I think it makes sense, dude. I think it does. I do think from a business perspective, it was actually more of a priority for Sony to ensure that they can show their because they've been talking to their investors for 2 years straight now about live service games, and they have nothing to show for it. They've been buying studios. They've been spending billions of dollars on that, investing a lot of time and resources into these studios. You're saying, but do investors like bad press? Well, yeah, that's the tough thing, man, is it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to look at it from an investor standpoint. From an investor standpoint, you probably don't care about some of the bad press, because what the investors are likely seeing is like, oh my God, how much money is Bungie's new Marathon game going to make? And it's not like, and even if it doesn't make all the money, Concord, a new FPS, live service, money, that could be a money printing machine. Haven's game, you know what I'm saying? Like Sony showed the investors games that have the chance of just continually printing money month over month, quarter over quarter over quarter, and that's what the investors want to see, man. So it, and then, then they end it with Spider-Man, which you already know is going to sell really, really, really well. Yeah. Was the show just for investors? No, I don't think it was just for investors. But I think it's safe to say that, yeah, this was Sony trying to, right after, because you're right, they did have their investors meeting the day before. This was them showing like our investments are going to pay off. And here's the beginning of that. So appreciate the super chat subtext. Perfect Image, you're saying, why does Bungie have any say in Naughty Dog? Yet everyone wants me to have faith in Bungie. Why? Because Bungie makes money? Please answer these questions. Sorry, I'm a little angry for. I don't know. Hold on. What emoji is this? Clearly, perfect image is not happy, man. Well, yeah. So the situation that's occurring right now is Bungie is viewed as a well-respected developer when it comes to how to properly handle a live service game. And you're saying, is it because Bungie makes money? I mean, it sounds dumb, but yeah, that kind of is what it comes down to, man. Like, Bungie has proven that they know how to keep a live service game going for many, many, many years, pretty much a decade at this point. And yeah, they've made copious amounts of money in doing so. And Naughty Dog has proven a lot as well. And I think that's what sucks, is that the idea that Bungie can just kind of walk in and be like, we're going to be the ones to judge Naughty Dog's multiplayer game. A lot of people are not actually upset with that because they're like, well, look, Naughty Dog, nobody can deny that Naughty Dog makes some of the best single player games in the industry, and they're top tier with single player games. But when it comes to not just multiplayer, but live service games, saying it's boss time. Yeah, he's awakened. When it comes to live service games, Naughty Dog doesn't really have any experience at all with live service. And it is tough. Like, it is tough to accept that Bungie is going to be the one to come in and just be like, yeah, we think you got to reevaluate this and do something different. And it's like, well, who are you? It's like, well, it's tough, man. Yeah, I see the chat flooding with boss emojis. Here, hold on. This will be funny. Let's see. Got a little bit of catnip here. I don't know. Sometimes he responds to catnip. Sometimes he doesn't. You want some? It's there for you if you want it, buddy. When he responds to catnip, he gets all crazy with it. I don't know. He might not be in the mood. Well, it's there if you want it, bud. MBG, say my super chat so I can cut my lawn. LOL. Okay, all right. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep you waiting. So yeah, perfect image, totally fair. Look, nobody's saying yet. I'm telling you don't necessarily have to have faith in Bungie. Let's just have faith that Naughty Dog is going to deliver on this multiplayer game, man. I'm getting to. I know I'm too slow with the super chats. I got to get better with that. No, you're saying that's nice, a free super chat. I saw the video from Jor Raptor this morning, and apparently Prince of Persia is still happening. Yeah, I did hear that Prince of Persia apparently got completely rebooted from they're totally restarting that game, which is surprising. Because you would think for a game that's been struggling this much, they might just cancel it and move on, but apparently not. Cam Slash, you're saying Bloomberg downplayed how many PSVR 2s were sold. I bet the LOS multiplayer. Yeah, Cam Slash, like I said, man, Bloomberg, it's hard to say. Bloomberg has had not the best track record with PlayStation reports. That's certainly true. L Captain 22, you're saying MBG is Jason Schreier. Is Schreier wrong here for the third time about Naughty Dog and Sony? I'm personally convinced he's got an axe to grind with Sony. It is worth noting that most of Jason Schreier's reports over the years for PlayStation have been in regards to Naughty Dog specifically. So, you know what I think it is, dude? El Captain, I don't think it's that Jason Schreier has an axe to grind with Naughty Dog specifically. I think it's that he's in contact with a couple of developers at Naughty Dog that have an axe to grind with Naughty Dog's leadership, potentially. Could be wrong about that, but wouldn't shock me. Beezer 1138, you're saying, curious to know your thoughts on the Dead by Daylight mobile announcement, as well as spin-off games. The mobile announcement I don't really care for, but the spin-off games are very interesting. Apparently, they're going to be making a single-player Dead by Daylight game. Now, that is very intriguing to me, and I think it's a very smart move, because if they can do it well, then it could just turn out to be a great horror game, man. Dead by Daylight has certainly a lot of interesting lore, and for them to be like, yo, we're going to take this and do a single-player experience, I hope it works out well, man. I'll be honest, I'm getting so tired of Dead by Daylight. It's just, again, it's just my go-to multiplayer game. I play a couple rounds, usually at night before I go to bed, with my wife, but I'm getting so tired of it. Like, it's just gotten too repetitive. This is why I was very hopeful that Sony would shadow drop one of their multiplayer games to play. But yeah, I think it's cool, man. I think it's cool that they're doing that. Lucas, you're saying, gutted about The Last of Us Online. If Bungie didn't like it, but then gives a thumbs up for fair game and Concord, then it must be a good sign. I'm hyped for Concord. Concord, to me, could be very interesting, man, because this is going to be the first, first party PlayStation first-person shooter that we've seen pretty much since Killzone. So I'm hoping Concord is actually good. Like, I'll be honest, I fully expect Concord to look significantly better than Killzone, because if Sony decided that they're not going to do Killzone, their own FPS, but they found the studio that made an FPS that they think is really good, I want to see Concord gameplay. I don't know how I feel about that name, though. Concord. It's not bad. It's just, I keep forgetting it for some reason. Richard Rodriguez, you're saying, you see the CD Projekt Red rumor. If that is ever true, Sony better make Witcher exclusive like Xbox does with Bethesda. Bungie isn't our friend. They are selfish. That's true. Bungie is not... they're not... Bungie has found a way to be purchased and be owned multiple times without actually being owned. It's very strange. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I do agree. If Sony were to ever make a purchase like CD Projekt Red, yeah, they absolutely have to make their games exclusive. They have to. Because you can't have Microsoft buy the likes of Bethesda and strip their games off of your platform and then continue to just give them games that you purchase and own eventually. Like, that's why I'll be honest, man. Like, I know this is petty. But I'm just being real. Like, I think it's kind of bullshit that Marathon's on Xbox. Not just for the simple fact that it's like, how is it that Xbox is like, they can just be allowed to buy Bethesda and basically tell PlayStation owners, you're not getting any Bethesda games anymore. But Sony buys Bungie, and Sony turns to all of the Xbox players, and it's like, go ahead, yeah, you still get it, don't worry. It's like, what? Like, come on, that's a bullshit turnout, man. And I know it's petty, but it's just like, to me, it seems a little bit unfair. Saying it's all about the money in the end. It's true. Like, I know the reality is this, and here's why. The only way Sony was going to buy Bungie said, we're not making any games exclusive. We're not doing it. And Sony had to agree to it. And I guess in the end, it's not a dumb move for Sony to make, because you're right. Like, every microtransaction, every DLC that Bungie sells on Xbox, that's money going right into Sony's pockets. So it's just a little bit frustrating, It just feels like it's like, come on, man, like you take away all Bethesda games, but you still get every Bungie game, like, man. All right, so Zanakand Bilzter with 3 in a row here. You're saying, I remember people complaining when Uncharted 4 gameplay demo was shown. YouTube streaming doesn't show the game's justice. Then Naughty Dog released the Uncharted 4 gameplay demo for download, around 4 GB in size, if I remember. Then everyone shut up with the glory of detail of that demo download. I downloaded that demo too, but I never doubted Naughty Dog, and I don't doubt Insomniac now. Well, it's interesting you should mention that, Zanarkand, because I should just call you Blitzer. It's interesting you should say that because, I watched that Spider-Man 2 gameplay in like 480p and it sucked. And that's the downside of doing like these live reactions is at some point in every one of these showcases, the stream just ends up, no matter how much I tried to keep it at 720 or 1080p, the stream itself on YouTube's end, it just gets super compressed, man. It just gets super compressed. And when I saw the Spider-Man 2, that's why I was surprised, man, because like I couldn't really make out the finer details of the Spider-Man 2 demo when I was watching it live. And after I went back and rewatched it, that's why I was quite surprised to see that there's seemingly so much conversation happening where it's like, oh, I don't know if it looks good enough. And so I'm like, oh, it looks really good though, man. Looks really good. Saying let's analyze the Spider-Man 2 demo. Maybe we could do that at the end of the stream. Maybe we could go back and watch some of these trailers again. In a non-compressed way. But yeah, Zanakand, I mean, Uncharted 4, yeah, that's crazy to think that there was a time where people were complaining about the Uncharted 4 gameplay demo. Like, dude, Uncharted 4, even if you go back and play that on PS4, it's still like one of the best looking games ever. It's such an amazing looking game. It still holds up so well today. Yeah, I can't wait till we get the next Naughty Dog gameplay demo and people start complaining about that. You're saying Uncharted 4 was praised, not criticized for its graphics. Well, I mean, Blitzer's mainly talking about when it was shown, I guess, in a stream live. And that makes sense. I mean, I think, to be honest, I think a lot of people tune into these streams casually, not fully understanding that, like, you're not getting the native trailer, not even close. You're getting literally the worst version of this gameplay trailer and demo. Like, that's why I kind of wish Sony with their showcases and stuff would release it as I know they would never do this. But it would just be so cool if they just released it as a video, not as a stream. Because if they released it as a video, like just a standalone video, I wouldn't have to rely on that, or I wouldn't have to deal with that severe compression, and neither would anybody else. We would just get to see it in its 1080p or 4K glory, Mostly I mean, even if you're just watching an actual YouTube video, it's still compressed to a degree, but not as much. So I appreciate the super chats, man. Very much appreciate it. Chris, you're saying many are realizing that this generation isn't what we thought. Many bought 120 FPS screens, expected 4K 60 and 120 FPS performance modes, and that's not going to be the case. Probably why a Pro is incoming. Yeah, it's worth noting Tom Henderson, he got all of the hardware announcements spot on, and he recently did say, like, yeah, the Pro is still coming. The PlayStation 5 Pro dev kits are shipping out in about a month to Sony's first-party studios. I'm going to get a PS5 Pro, and if anything, like, Spider-Man 2 is not a game that makes me feel like I need to get a PS5 Pro, but I'm sitting here playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and again, not to keep harping on it, but I'm just saying it's like, that's a game, in my opinion, that feels like it could probably benefit. The performance mode could benefit from a PS5 Pro. I think to a degree you're right in that maybe, as I said, our expectations for this generation were just a little bit too high with what could be achieved. It's hard to say. I don't know though, but you still see some of the stuff that some of PlayStation Studios has achieved, and it's really hard for me to fully agree with that. But I don't have a problem with the PS5 Pro. I mean, if Sony basically tells me that, hey, it's September or November, let's just say it's November 2024. In November 2024, you can buy a PS5 Pro Wolverine bundle. And Wolverine has been fully optimized for the PS5 Pro. I'll be like, sounds fucking good to me, Sony. Like, I will buy that shit day one. That sounds great. I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, we'll see. It's going to be interesting to see what the difference between games on the PS5 Pro and the PS5 end up being, because you have to imagine there will be some difference. Yeah, and you talk about 120 FPS games. I feel like we're seeing a lot less. And you know what? Actually, I want to bring this up too. I have seen some people thinking that Spider-Man 2 is not going to have a performance mode. That Spider-Man 2 demo was at 30 FPS, but you know, every PlayStation demo is run at 30 FPS. They don't do their demos at 60. I think it's, dude, Spider-Man 2 has to have a performance mode. There, like, in my opinion, there's 0% chance that it's not going to have a performance mode. Insomniac and Sony both know people are expecting that. You're saying ray tracing was on. A 40 FPS mode? I could see Insomniac going all out. Yeah, the game did look very shiny, didn't it? Saying ray tracing was 100% on. Yeah, it did look very shiny. Brian Tam, you're saying Factions is not canceled. Bungie's evaluating the game. Bungie evaluating the game is exactly why Sony bought them. Otherwise, it would be like Halo Infinite. Amazing gameplay and then dies. That's a great example, actually. I didn't even think of that. You're right. Because I remember when Halo Infinite's multiplayer launched, everybody said it was really, really good. Like the best Halo multiplayer in years. But you're right. As a service game, it did die. Yeah, that I wouldn't want to see that happen to a Last of Us multiplayer game. That would be very depressing. So really good point there, Brian. Herpy Derps, finally, I got to your super chat so you could go mow your lawn. You're saying, I'm surprised no one is talking about Towers of Agazba. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. It looks like a mix of Zelda and Dark Cloud. I'm honestly really impressed how good it looks. Chat, does anybody know what this game is that Herpy Derps is speaking of here? Was this revealed at the PlayStation Showcase? If so, it doesn't ring a bell. Because I'm not sure which game it is that you're talking about. It was? Okay. I must have... Can you give me... I don't know. Now I'm confused. It looked amazing. They jumped and were flying on monsters. The one after Snake Eater? Okay. That explains why I have no idea what you're talking about. That makes it now it makes complete sense. I have no idea what game you're talking about because it was the game that was shown off after Snake Eater and I was busy losing my mind over Snake Eater. So I'll have to go back and probably rewatch that because I literally don't know what game. I can't even visualize what this looks like. So I'll have to go check it out. It was just after the MBG reveal. Shadow of the Colossus 5. Ooh. Sounds like I missed a good one. All right, Herpy Derps. I'll have to go back and check this out. Because it's so funny to me that, like, to think that just makes me laugh. I was so wrapped up in the Metal Gear announcement. I was just like, just missed a whole game announcement. Thank you for the super chat, man. And thank you for the membership gifts as well. Supremacy 101, you're saying having one or two Bungie IPs isn't bad, but given their history of being owned is shaky. Microsoft has a number of them and are looking at more with the ABK deal. No risk in it. No risk it, no biscuit. Ubi gives them a comparable number. Well, I mean, you are right in that assessment because it is true that one of the biggest gets that Microsoft gets with ABK is multiple live service games that are pretty much self-sustaining. And yeah, I don't know that Bungie can necessarily compete with that alone. Bungie is just one studio. I don't know, Supremacy. Like, look, maybe... I guess my whole thing is I just don't want you to think that Sony... Like, that there's like some kind of clear indication that Sony's going to purchase Ubisoft, because I feel like if you were to walk around thinking that, you're going to be setting yourself up potentially to be very disappointed. If that makes sense. Like, I don't anticipate that it's just a thing that's going to happen. Like, even if to some extent it does make sense, again, from the live service perspective, I don't know, man. I don't know. It could be a thing in the future, depending. I mean, if you think about it, Sony would also get like Assassin's Creed and stuff, like from a single. Well, I don't know. Aren't they? I haven't been following Assassin's Creed too closely. Are they turning Assassin's Creed into a live service now? Gaming Survivor says, I can't handle any more disappointment. Lock PSB says, is screaming in the chat saying, Twitter's saying there are rumors Sony's going to buy CD Projekt Red. Relax. All right. You are, listen, I'll say it again for anybody who's just joining or didn't hear me earlier. When it comes to acquisition rumors, do not believe them. Do not sit back thinking that Sony's going to buy CD Projekt Red. Okay? You cannot believe acquisition rumors. Ever. You can speculate would it make sense for Sony to do that? Sure. But don't believe them. At this point, I'm hard-pressed to believe any rumors. I'll report, like, I think people were a little bit confused. I'm still going to report on certain rumors, depending on where they're coming from. Like, if we are getting rumors that are not acquisition rumors, but rumors from credible sources who have been correct, I'll report on them. But I'm just done. I'm done allowing myself to... All right. I am done allowing my personal expectations to be dictated or molded or influenced by rumors and leaks. Does that make sense? So, like, I will take a leak for what it is. I will take a rumor for what it is. And even if it's from a credible source, I'll say, okay, that's nice. Maybe not. Actually saying, hit that like button. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Let's see if we get to 400 likes. That'd be great. All right, let me see. Laman. Sorry, I missed. Oh, you know what? That's weird. I missed your super chat above it. Laman, you're saying Ballistic Moon's next game is based on Norman Bates. That would be really interesting, dude. I mean, it is called Project Bates. It could make sense. I mean, it could turn out that way because it does make sense. It does add up. Ballistic Moon's next game based on Norman Bates. That would be very intriguing and very random in a way. So I appreciate that, Laman. Oh, and Laman, you're saying my Ballistic Moon super chat? Bungie / Starfield game. You're saying Bungie could make a Starfield-esque game? I don't know. I don't know, though. I don't know about that. But I'm sorry, Mr. Super Chat Laman. Luckily, I did get to it. Alan Law, you're saying, MBG, I feel like you enjoying the console wars more than gaming itself. I feel like if Jedi Fallen Order was a PS exclusive, you would have played it. Well, listen, man. There's no doubt that I'm quick to jump on PlayStation exclusive games, it depends on where they're coming from, because you mentioned if Jedi Fallen Order was a PS exclusive game, you would have played it. Well, look, man, the reality is I would have, because it's like, look, it's a big PlayStation exclusive. It's a Star Wars game. Those things don't usually happen, and I have a PlayStation-centric channel. People are immediately going to want to hear my thoughts on this, more so than they would if it was a multiplat. So, like with multiplat games, it's easier for me to just kind of, take my time to get to them. And here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. With Star Wars Jedi Survivor, one of the biggest reasons I waited, and because I was planning on being there day one, one of the biggest reasons I waited is because I was hearing about all of the performance issues it was having. And even people in my chat were telling me like to wait maybe like a couple weeks until they actually get some more patches out there. And I'm glad I did, because honestly, if I'm still not that impressed with the performance mode now, I can't imagine. I can't imagine what would have happened if I played it at launch. You're saying, wasn't Jedi one of your most anticipated games of the year? Absolutely. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I played the first one and I loved it. And again, like, it's just the only thing that's disappointing me about it is, and that's the thing you mentioned. If Star Wars Jedi Survivor was a PS exclusive, dude, I would expect the visuals to be significantly better. If I'm being just like brutally honest, I would expect more visually. And again, I know we had this conversation earlier with Spider-Man 2, but I won't lie. Like, when it comes to PlayStation Studio exclusive games for the PS5, I do have a higher general expectation than multiplats, you know? But you're saying the XDev influence is so underrated? It might be, yeah. But no, man, it's not about playing console wars. There are plenty of third-party games that I'm very much looking forward to. A lot of day one third-party games. MBG, are you saying if a game is multi-platform, the graphics will look worse? No, I'm not saying they will look worse. I'm just saying there's a higher chance that they won't look as good. And that makes sense, because that's the thing is, with PlayStation 5 exclusive games, the developers like really can max out like how good they can get the game to look on the PlayStation 5. They don't have to worry about PC, at least assuming the game's not being developed for PC at that moment. They don't have to worry about the Xbox consoles. It's usually PlayStation. Usually exclusive games have that added benefit of they get some extra optimization. And usually with that extra optimization, performance and visuals can end up standing out a little bit more. So, and that's the thing. Sometimes that can be an issue, though. Because, like, I don't know, man. Like, I played God of War and its performance mode, and even God of War was a cross-gen game. Dude, God of War looked better visually. Like, it did. Like, God of War, a cross-gen game in its performance mode, played better and just smoother and just looked better than Star Wars Jedi Survivor, you know? And I have to imagine that's probably because God of War only had to worry about PlayStation alone. Did you see that MK12, or I guess in this case 1, is going to be next gen only and Switch? Wait, what? That's so weird. Is it going to be through like are they going to do like a cloud thing with Switch? Saying Hogwarts looked better than Jedi Survivor, and it's a much bigger game scope. That I agree with. Hogwarts did look visually better. It just had a cleaner look to it. Let me see. Lopper42, you're saying, I'm sure Bungie was not the final word. They probably made a report and PlayStation and Naughty Dog talked it over. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like, I don't think Sony just was like, well, Bungie said this, so bring the axe down on Naughty Dog. And I think I made it sound that way. And it's because it's just, it's not something you would expect. But yeah, realistically, they probably had discussions and meetings and like, I'll put it to you this way. You know what would be shocking? If Naughty Dog fought Bungie's assessment and basically Naughty Dog said to Sony, like, we do not agree. Like, we are extremely confident in our game and we want to show our game. Like, we are ready to show our game and we are getting ready to release our game. Like, we are totally confident in it. We want to do that. I don't think Naughty Dog, or I don't think Sony would have said no to Naughty Dog. I mean, they could, but wouldn't that be kind of shocking? And that would kind of go against what we've heard about PlayStation. I think it's probably a mutual thing where, like, Sony talks to Naughty Dog and says, like, Bungie came back with some concerns and with some feedback. and we really think it would benefit the game more. We want to make sure that this game has the best chance. And, Naughty Dog was probably like, well, all right. I mean, they are the experts at live service. We're willing, if if you're willing to give us more time. I don't know. Like, it's so difficult because we're just on the outside looking in, man, and we don't know what these conversations are like. We don't know. I do just have a strong feeling, though, that if Naughty Dog disagreed with Bungie and said to Sony, like, no, we're not listening to Bungie. Like, we made our game and we're confident in it. We want to release it this way. I think Sony would have let them. Because that'd be kind of crazy, wouldn't it? Like, could you imagine Sony telling Naughty Dog no? Maybe they would. I don't know. To me, it just doesn't seem likely. PlayStation Pete, you're saying, how's Jedi Survivor? Bought an iPhone 14 Pro Max 1 terabyte, buying Spider-Man, not into JRPGs. Well, I'm glad to hear that, man. You're asking me how's Jedi Survivor? Like I said earlier, man, because I know you've been telling me to play it. I am enjoying it. The gameplay is really good. As I said, I expected a little bit more visually, but Jedi Survivor is a good game, man. I am glad I got it because I can tell it's got a lot put into it. And it just has that. It's just nice, man. It's got that AAA single player feel to it. It does have that extra polish where it just feels great to play, and that to me is important. You're saying you're buying Spider-Man, you're not into JRPGs. Yeah, Spider-Man is pretty much the opposite of a JRPG. So I don't think you'll go wrong there, man. So I appreciate the super chat, PlayStation Pete. And Maximilian Pegasus, again, you're saying, speaking of demos, have you played the Street Fighter 6 demo yet? The full game comes out in 5 days. No, dude. I'll be honest, man. I keep forgetting. Like I keep forgetting that there's a demo for Street Fighter 6. I'll be honest, at this point, I'm probably going to pass on it because I was looking for something to play, and I just filled in that gap with Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and there's no chance that I put Star Wars down to say, okay, I'm going to go play Street Fighter now. Did you try the free Alone in the Dark prologue? No, I saw it pop up on the store. I'm going to install it and give it a try soon just because it's a demo. But yeah, I did watch that like 10-minute video on it on PlayStation's YouTube channel. It looks pretty good, man. Like I could see myself playing that game day one. Didn't David Jaffe say that they were scared whenever Shuhei Yoshida visited them? So maybe Sony would just tell their developers no. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The question, is there a power struggle within PlayStation Studios? Like, is Naughty Dog mad that Bungie evaluated their game and basically said, I think it needs more time because we need to reassess its viability. I don't like the one thing that stands out to me. All right, I want to read this to you guys one more time, and I want you guys to let me know if I'm reading into it too much. Like, I do have a tendency to read into things too much. So you tell me what you think. But when I look at that official Naughty Dog statement, the one thing that to me is worded interestingly. Okay. We know many of you have been looking forward to hearing more about our Last of Us multiplayer game. This line right here, this next line I'm about to read is the one that I think is worded interestingly. Because you have to remember, every word is chosen with these type of statements very carefully. We are incredibly proud of the job our studio has done thus far. But as development has continued, we've realized what is best for the game is to give it more time. Like, we are incredibly proud of the job our studio has done thus far. Like, I don't know, man. There's just something about that wording in particular that's like, who implied that you shouldn't be proud? Who is thinking that you wouldn't be proud of it? You know what I mean? Like, it's just interesting because when you hear about delays, I don't know, man. Like, I might be reading into it too much. You're saying Naughty Dog is mad. That's what I'm reading. I will say, like, it's just an interesting way to phrase that, where it's like, anytime you hear about game delays, I don't recall, like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's not really the way studios talk about it. Like, they don't say, like, they just say, like, we need more time. The game's almost done. It's just, I don't know, man. To me, it's like, I want to know why Naughty Dog felt the need to say in their public statement, we are incredibly proud of the job our studio has done thus far. I don't know. You're saying it's a reach? Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. MBG. Remember, it's Zanakand Bilzter, or Zanakand for short, not just Blitzer. Oh yeah, true. You're saying our gentleman's agreement about your unique pronunciation of my name until you play Final Fantasy X Remastered and or Final Fantasy X Remake. Correct. Yeah, that's right, man. That's right. I think I just get a little self-conscious about it because I still see people come in Zanarkand and they're like, that's not how it's pronounced. It's like, you don't get it. Like, we Zanarkand. But that is how I'm saying it. What's the right way to say it again? Chat, tell me the right way to pronounce it again. Go play 10. No chance right now, bro. Final Fantasy 16's coming. You're saying I have a feeling a Final Fantasy 16 demo will drop during Summer Game Fest? Ooh. I hope it does, man. That would be a great shadow drop. Zanarkand. 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 Is that it? Am I saying it right? Zanarkand? Is that how you say it? Zanarkand? Or is it Zanarkand? Zanarkand. I'm seeing so many different ways. Zanarkand. 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 So it would be Zanarkand Bilzter. You know what? That does make more sense. Zanarkand. Okay, I gotta say it over and over again to get it right. Zanarkand Bilzter. Zanarkand. I don't know why I feel that I'm so American. Zanarkand. That's like the most Americanized way of saying it. Zanarkand. Zanarkand. The Chemical King saying, I got a gifted membership. Let's go. Hell yeah, man. Yeah. It's so cool to see that. Like, almost on every stream I do, I see new people coming in being like, yo, I didn't know I got gifted, or, you know, whoever gifted me, thank you. It's cool to see that. It's always cool to see that. MBG, our agreement. So wait, Zanarkand, so are you telling me you want me to continue to say it the wrong way until I play Final Fantasy X? Is that part of the agreement? Because if that's what you want, man, that's fine. I will continue. It's easier for me to say it that way for some reason. Were you shocked to not see Stellar Blade? It was surprising that it wasn't there. Zanarkand Bilzter says, yes, our deal. Okay, all right, man. All right, Zanarkand. I will stick to the deal. No problem. No problem. That's funny, man. All right, let me see here. Well, all right, so here's a question I have for you guys. Oh. So like, what are we expecting? What does it look like going for? Hold on. You know what? I just want to add to this. So this is worth pointing out here. Okay, this is a pretty good follow up. There was actually a third. There was actually a third Naughty Dog developer that came out and simply said, "Let us cook." So we now have 3 Naughty Dog developers. Just as a reminder, developer number 1 says, "I can assure you it smells great in this kitchen." Developer number 2 says, "Everything is great. Thank you. Still working hard on multiplayer with a talented team." And the third developer says, "Let us cook." So I think it's safe to say that the multiplayer game is fine. You know? I think it's safe to say it's fine. The question I was going to ask you guys is, so now that this week is, today's technically the start of a new week. For me, Sunday feels like the end of a week. Where does PlayStation go from this point forward? Because we know that we have Summer Game Fest, and Summer Game Fest could potentially be the last time we see any like major announcements from Sony until possibly the Game Awards in December. And this is where I did talk about it a little bit. Like, people are like, "Oh, I think Sony's going to do a second showcase," and I'm not going to encourage anybody to think that, but I don't know, man. I'm just wondering. I just don't know what exactly to expect, I think, at this point. The way I'm trying to view it, what we got, I don't know, man. The thing that's on my radar right now is Final Fantasy 16, straight up. Like, I think what's crazy, like, to me, what's been kind of sad this past week is that even though a lot of people left the PlayStation Showcase feeling disappointed, I think what is sad is like, dude, Sony's going to kill the second half of this year. Like, it's looking really, really good. Just from exclusives, you're looking at Final Fantasy 16, Spider-Man 2, and Helldivers 2. Like, is that not a really... I think that's an incredibly strong lineup for the second half of the year. Dan, you're saying Alannah Pierce said she didn't expect this show to have all the first-party games, which makes me think that they may have another one cooking. That's interesting that's coming from her, because if I'm not mistaken, doesn't Alannah Pierce work at Sony Santa Monica? You're saying exactly. It's exactly the same before the showcase. But is that a bad thing, though? Well, no. Helldivers 2. We didn't know about Helldivers 2. You're saying, isn't she under NDA? Yeah. I don't know. That's an interesting thing for her to say. I mean, did she phrase it that exact way? Because that's if she said it that way, that's an interesting way to phrase it. Like, what do you mean you didn't expect? I mean, I get that. To me, that's a strange expectation to have. You're saying no, it's not a bad thing. Saying she's damage controlling. I don't know. I don't think she would feel the need to damage control. I don't think there's no need to damage control, because it's just like, look, it's just an objective fact that Sony had an underwhelming presence from first party. That's just a fact. And depending on what you wanted to see at this show. I think that ultimately it comes down to like, if you didn't really care too much about first party, then you probably left the show saying that was pretty good. You're saying, man, Helldivers 2 looks fun, but I hope you don't need PS Plus to play it. I'm a single player guy. I think they did confirm you will need PlayStation Plus, unfortunately. Saying a bad showcase doesn't ruin the year. No, you're definitely right about that, man. You're right about that. I mean, maybe this, I'm about to be like way overly, like some people think this is like straight up toxic positivity, but I think it's just, it's true. At least this means that whenever Sony does do another show, the chances of that one being really good have gone up. Not saying I'm going in with the highest of expectations whenever Sony does another show, but I'm just saying, you know, the fact remains. The fact remains. There are many studios. Actually, you know what? That would be an interesting thing to do real quick. All right, so let's take a look at PlayStation Studios. Studios that didn't let's talk about studios that didn't show up at the showcase, okay? Studio number 1, Ben Studio. They're working on a new game. They didn't show up. Studio number 2, Blue Point Games. Also working on another game. They didn't show up. Studio number 3, Fire Sprite. They're working on multiple new games. They didn't show up. Studio number 4, Guerrilla Games. They're working on Horizon 3 as well as a Horizon multiplayer game. They didn't show up. Studio number 5, Housemark. Housemark is working on a new IP. They didn't show up. Studio number 6, London Studio. London Studio is working on a new game. They didn't show up. Studio number 7, Media Molecule. Media Molecule is also, I assume, working on a new game. They didn't show up. Studio number 8, Naughty Dog. We all know what they're working on right now. They didn't show up. Studio number 9, Polyphony Digital. Well, to be fair, I don't think anybody was expecting them to show up. Studio number 10, San Diego Studio. They're kind of irrelevant in this case because we all know that they're working on a new MLB game that'll come out next year. What am I at? At 11? Studio 11, Santa Monica Studio. They're, you know, we know they're working on a brand new game, but they didn't show up. Studio number 12, Sucker Punch. They're working on another game, likely Ghost of Tsushima 2. They didn't show up. Studio number 13, Team Asobi. Team Asobi is working on a new game. They didn't show up. So, guys, that's crazy. Actually, when I read it out like that, that's 13 first-party studios, and not a single one out of those 13 were present at the showcase. And almost all of them they're all working on new games. Some of them have been working on new games for a long time. Isn't that, see, that to me right there really kind of puts things in perspective, where it's like, for people who don't understand why so many people are disappointed in this showcase, it's because of that fact right there. We're not talking about partner studios. We're not talking about like third-party exclusives. You're saying let them cook. Well, here's another good one for you. I got another one. So a lot of people have said that the reason why none of these studios were present at the showcase is because they simply weren't ready. So I want to go over, okay, Ben Studio, could their game have been ready to be shown? Well, Ben Studio has been working on a new IP for at least 3 years, I believe. I would count 2019, but I think in 2019 I don't know that they started work on the new game in 2019. I think they were having some issues restructuring, with their studio. So it's been like 3 years. I think they definitely could have put together a CG trailer to show the concept of their new game. So Bend could have been there. Like this idea that Bend isn't. Look, I'm just saying it's not unreasonable to think that they could have shown up with a CG trailer, at the very least. Bluepoint Games. Bluepoint Games, their last game was Demon's Souls Remake at the launch of the PS5. So Bluepoint, I will say, I kind of get, like, maybe they really aren't ready. The reason why I say that is because the thing about Bluepoint's next game is it's original content. It's not a remake. So they might need more time to get this game ready to be shown because of that. This is their first time making original content. So they might, it might take them longer. So I can agree that like Bluepoint probably needs more time. Firesprite. Firesprite's interesting because they were acquired in 2021. And I'm kind of surprised that Firesprite didn't show up because they have like 2 or 3 games in development. And I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I just find it difficult to believe that. Hold on, you can't show a trailer for just one of these games. Not a single one of these games can be shown. So Firesprite, I definitely feel is a studio that, they should have something ready to show, and they're surprised that they didn't show up. Guerrilla Games, obviously not. No one's expecting Horizon 3. We don't need a Horizon 3 trailer. You know what is surprising about Guerrilla? This multiplayer game has been in development for like 5 years. This multiplayer game at Guerrilla has been in development since 2018. I am shocked it did not show up. Like, I'm almost wondering if they're having like really bad development problems with this multiplayer game at Guerrilla, because that's a long time, dude. Like the game hasn't even been announced. So I'm very surprised. Did you see the layoffs, MBG, for a visual arts thing today? I'll talk about that in just a moment. Housemarque, Housemarque, I don't think it's realistic to expect their next game to be shown this year. So I wasn't expecting them at the show. They need more time. They're working on a new AAA IP. They shipped Returnal in April of 2021. So they need more time. London Studio is another one that I'm kind of surprised we didn't get a trailer from them, because it's like the last game London Studio shipped was Blood and Truth on PSVR 2 last gen. You're telling me they can't get a trailer for their game ready? I find that hard to believe. Media Molecule, I to be honest, I could kind of understand why they're not ready. They've been spending all of their time supporting Dreams, and it's just recently that they were told to end Dreams and move on to something else. So I'm not expecting an announcement for Media Molecule anytime soon. Naughty Dog, we already talked about Naughty Dog extensively, and it's we kind of have an idea of why they didn't show up. You're saying Shelly, you're saying the Horizon multiplayer is stylized. Is the stylized game that got the layoffs. So that's why they may not have shown it. Yeah, so it's interesting because, Shelly, you're saying Visual Arts Studio at PlayStation just yesterday was revealed that they had some layoffs. And the people, what those developers were working on was a highly stylized, or as they put it, just a stylized multiplayer game. There were people speculating that the Visual Arts Service Group was working on The Last of Us multiplayer, and that's why they were laid off. But no, The Last of Us multiplayer is not stylized. You're saying the stylized game is Deviation. I could see them helping out with Deviation. It could have been that, but it's a little bit staggered, you know? Could have been that. Could have been the Guerrilla multiplayer game. We'll never know. So I'm confused that London studio wasn't there. Naughty Dog should have been there, but clearly they need more time, as they said. Santa Monica studio, I mean, this new IP, like Cory Barlog wasn't working on God of War Ragnarok. So conceivably, it's like this new IP at Santa Monica has been in development at the very least since 2019. You see, you know, like, I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect it to be announced at a showcase multiple years later, but I don't know. Sucker Punch, their game Ghost of Tsushima shipped in July of 2020. I think it would be possible for them to have like a trailer ready, but I think they're kind of also in the position, like, because Ghost of Tsushima is going to be such a big game, I could understand where it's like, we need another year before we're ready to show it. I get that. Dan, you're saying it's pretty unreasonable? You think so? I don't think, like, I don't know, man. Like, God of War shipped in, or no, Spider-Man shipped. Oh, yes. Well, maybe that is unreasonable. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Team Asobi, I guess that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess it may just come down to they all just need more time. And that's fine. That's fine. If they all just need more time, then they need more time. I think my whole thing is that, like, I just think it's worth letting people know that, okay, the showcase maybe was a letdown in terms of first party, but those are all the studios. Like, 13 studios at PlayStation right now that have games in development that aren't announced, that we haven't seen. Listen, Sony's going to do another showcase at some point. Are they going to do another showcase this year? Maybe. Are they going to do one next year? Probably. I'm not going to go into Sony's next showcase assuming it's going to be like this one. Right? Like, sure, like, how could it be? How could it be? Maybe I'm setting myself up for disappointment again, but fuck, man. Like, look at the studios I just listed. Like, they like, where are these games? You know what I mean? Like, where are these games? They have to show up at some point. You're saying just wait till next year. I hate that mentality. Well, keep in mind, I'm not saying wait till next year to play games. That's the difference between Sony and Microsoft, and not. I'm only bringing in Microsoft simply because that's the mentality that a lot of people have talked about on Microsoft side of things, where it's always like, wait till next E3, wait till next year. I'll be honest with you, man. Like, Sony hasn't disappointed on the games front. They've still been, you're saying we're spoiled brats, we're drowning in games. I mean, that's the thing is, and I think this is why some people were so frustrated with my reaction, because they were like, dude, you're ignoring how consistent Sony has been. You're ignoring the fact that this year still looks really good for PlayStation. The only thing we really are lacking is a clear roadmap for first party beyond 2023. If you think about it, that's the only thing PlayStation is lacking. And I think that that's where the biggest disconnect comes into play, because it's like, why was that showcase so disappointing? That's why. It's because there was no clear roadmap for And people might say, well, Concord had a 2024 window attached to it, but it's like, okay. So we have Concord, whatever that game is. You know what I mean? So we have an FPS confirmed to release in 2024 for Sony. That's cool, but like we don't even know. I mean, Sony hasn't even confirmed that Wolverine. I mean, Sony put in their investors report that Wolverine's targeting 2024. So I guess like our roadmap for next year basically right now looks like, well, actually, if you think about it, it's looking pretty fucking good. If the games that have 2024 dates attached to them, Rise of the Ronin, Concord, Wolverine. Am I forgetting anything? Well, Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade going to get delayed. I don't know. Maybe. Are there any other games that actually have? You're saying Death Stranding 2, but I don't think Death Stranding 2 ever was confirmed for 2024. Oh, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was confirmed for 2024, right? So next year could be a big one, dude. It was in the job listing. Okay. So, yeah, well, I don't know that I want to go with a job listing. Could Death Stranding 2 come out in 2024? Yeah, it could. That'd be crazy. Maybe this, yeah, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe this is why Sony feels so comfortable having so little presence with their first party at the showcase, because 2020, dude, realistically, 2024 could be stacked. I guess my only question is like, that's the thing though. If Sony is going to have a massive 2024, I guess the question is like, when are they going to start kind of like showing off those games and making people more aware that these games are coming in 2024? I mean, I don't know, man. But yeah, so Wolverine, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Rise of the Ronin, Concord, Lost Soul aside, yeah, I think that was confirmed for 2024 actually as well. Damn, dude, is it just me or is 2024 starting to look fucking crazy? If you know what, if Death Stranding actually is targeting 2024, if Death Stranding is targeting 2024, then I could realistically see Wolverine getting delayed out of it into 2025. What's Concord? It's a new first-person shooter. We don't know what it looks like yet, gameplay-wise, but it's a first-person shooter from PlayStation Studio Firewalk. So another conversation we can have, and we're going to continue to have this conversation more as we get closer to it, but Vanix, you're saying Colin says there will be another PlayStation showcase later this year. I'm assuming you mean Colin Moriarty. Did he confirm that? As in, like, is he dropping like a insider scoop, or is that just his? I have a feeling that's just speculation because I haven't seen anybody reporting on that. Yeah, I don't know. Colin, he seems like he's. No, he didn't. Yeah, okay. I didn't think so. Honestly, the only person that I would actually believe and listen to, if Jeff Grubb came out like next week and was like, Sony's having a second showcase this year, and you know, like that's what I've heard, I would believe it 100%. You're saying it's on Gaming Leaks and Rumors. I'll go check it out. Why not? Rumor 22 minutes ago, Colin Moriarty has heard that there will be another PlayStation showcase this year. They have a link on YouTube. Let me see. Sorry if this echoes.
I've heard from people that I know, and I think it's fairly obvious that there will be another showcase later in the year.
Oh,
I
yeah.
assume it will be more focused on some of these games that are rattling around, but
like a future game showcase, like they branded it the first time around.
yeah, something like. I've heard from people that I know, and I think it's fairly obvious that there will be another showcase later in the year.
Oh,
I
yeah.
assume.
Okay. Whoa. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know. Colin's track record, he's... I don't know. I mean... So here's the thing. I'm very familiar with Colin Moriarty. Like, I've watched Sacred Symbols all the time. He wouldn't have phrased it that way if he wasn't pretty sure. I'm just saying. Colin is... You're saying don't fall. I'm not... Hey, whoa, hold on. I'm not falling for anything. I'm just saying Colin has made it known time and time again. He goes out of his way to explicitly say, if he, like, I'm not trying to break anything. I'm not trying to create a scoop. He's not stupid. Colin Moriarty's not stupid. He is 100% aware of what he just said and how everybody's going to report on it. He goes out of his way to try to prevent things like that from happening. So, I mean, you're saying yes, he is. That's rude, bro. I don't think Colin's stupid. No, Colin seems actually like a pretty damn smart person, if you ask me. I think he has his ways about him, as everybody does. Not everybody likes him, but I respect him. Fuck, man. I don't know. Like, I feel so torn. Like, a part of me... Where do people even get this? Well, so here's the thing about Colin saying this. You're saying, where do people get this information from? Here's the thing about Colin Moriarty. He 100% knows people in the industry. You know? Like, he 100% knows people in the industry, especially people that could, I would assume especially people that could be close to PlayStation. But I would love to get some... So... Here's what should happen now? Listen, I'm not saying we should listen to Colin Moriarty and just say, he probably wouldn't. Look, I'm sure if Colin would tell people, like, that's just what I've heard. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Like, that's what my people have told me. And Colin Moriarty would probably recommend everybody keep, your expectations low. So I'm not going to sit here and say, like, oh, well, there it is. Colin Moriarty confirmed we're getting a second showcase this year. What I will say, if we could get some corroboration, then we're in business. If Jeff Grubb can take this rumor, we're like, oh, Colin's heard that there's a second showcase planned. If Jeff Grubb can go, okay, let me go check with my sources. And if Jeff Grubb can come out and say, like, yeah, they are doing another one, then we're in business. We need some corroboration here. Man, I wish I had a fucking source. God damn, I wish I could come out here and be like, guys, don't worry. My source has confirmed to me that Sony's planning a second showcase. Name of the video, guys. I think that was actually Colin Moriarty was on the Iron Lords podcast. Get networking, MBG. You have Hassan. Hassan's my inside source. Oh, man. I will tell you this. You're saying you don't believe Jeff Grubb or any of these buffoons? Dude, Jeff Grubb was on the money, bro. What do you mean? I mean, I think Jeff Grubb was wrong when he said that this is going to be phase 2 of the PS5. He was definitely wrong about that. At least it seems that way to me. But he did. There's no denying he got the date correct, man. He was the only one who said Sony's doing a showcase the week of May 25th. And he was 100% correct. So, here's what I suspected this might start to happen. I trust MBG trusting other people who trust inside knowledge. I know, man. It's fucking whack out here, bro. It is whack out here. So I suspected something like this might happen, though. You know why? Because there's so much negativity surrounding this PlayStation showcase and so much confusion, and especially now with this whole Naughty Dog thing, that I would expect that people who do have sources are immediately going to those sources and be like, okay, what's going on? Like, because this is not, you know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't surprise me that we're beginning to hear rumblings of, oh, Sony's had, they have something else planned. And I get it. Like, people don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it. Like, people don't want excuses. I get it, man. Dude, I was raging so hard, and I don't want excuses. Like, this is a fucking PlayStation showcase. This is where you do the big thing. Do the thing, Sony, right? So this isn't about, but I won't lie. Like, when the reality sets in that it's like, dude, that was the show, man. And that was it. That was it. That was the show. As, once I kind of move away from it and I realize that, damn, that show was what it was, I won't lie to you. Like, I know it's like a meme and it may seem stupid, but I now immediately begin to ask, like, well, fuck, when's the next show? Because that was not what I thought it was going to be. And maybe the next one will be. And it's tough, man, because it's like, I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I won't lie to you. Does hearing that rumor from Colin Moriarty give me a little bit of hope? Yes. Yes, it does. I can't lie to you guys. You know that. I can't pretend. But am I sitting here being like, well, there we go. Time to get hyped, boys. No. I'm not doing that either. All I will say is this. MBG, you're an addict. I can't help it, man. I need that next rumor, bro. I need that next insider scoop. No, in all seriousness, here's what I'll say. You're relapsing. Damn, dude. Am I? Oh, God, it's happening. Help. Get me out. I need to go watch Mystic Ryan's video right now. That'll set me straight. I need that calm voice of reason. Saying Colin doesn't lie, it's happening. Dude, Gavin's like, hell yeah. Dude, Gavin the house in the chat is like, hell yeah, Colin said it. Let's go, brother. It's happening. Oh yeah. Straight up turning into Macho Man Randy Savage. That is awesome. In all seriousness, though, here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say. If you were to ask me, do I think Sony is doing a second showcase later in 2023 after the showcase we just got? My like, no rumors, no nothing. My gut tells me there's a decent chance. And the only reason my gut tells me that is because it really just boils down to two things. Number one, Sony doing their showcase first was always weird. Like that even when we were talking about the rumors, like, we all basically agreed that Sony doesn't do that. And that is strange. The second reason is because of the fact that, it's the most obvious reason. It's just like, dude, where are their studios? Where are these games? But again, I'm not saying that I'm like sitting here expecting it. I'm just saying it wouldn't shock me. That's all I'm saying. It would not shock me if Sony was planning a second showcase for, say, September. I wouldn't be like totally like, oh shit, like what? No, I'd be like, that makes a lot of fucking sense, actually. But at the same time, I wouldn't be shocked if it was, this is the showcase you get for this year, this is all Sony was ready to show, they'll put on another showcase sometime next year. I wouldn't be shocked about that either. We'll see though. I mean, the number one thing I'm going to be looking out for here is corroboration with this rumor. I told you guys I'm still going to report on rumors. I'm still going to let you know like what's being said, what's going on. It's just one person, Colin Moriarty, saying that he's heard there's going to be another showcase from his sources. Okay, we'll take that for what it is, and we'll just sleep on it. And Herbie Derps, hold the line! Hold the line! They went first because they want you to forget about it ASAP. Carl is saying, I really, 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 really will not get hyped about Sony's next show. On it, you know what? It's interesting because if Sony were to announce another show, I would be excited, but I definitely would not hype it up. Truthfully, like if Sony did like another show in June, I would say the chances of it being better than the last one are certainly high, because the last one I don't think is a high bar to clear. But I would not hype it up, man. I would not hype it up. You're saying you would? No. We need the dopamine. The Genius 200, you're saying can't have mind share if you go back into hiding. That is true, man. That is true. Yo, what if now? All right, let me get a little pipe dream moment in here for a second. What if Sony did a second showcase, but this time they're like, and it's literally just first party? Wouldn't that be crazy? Now that would be interesting. That if Sony the next time they do another show was like, and it's just first party, I would get excited for that. I would hype that shit up. But only then. Where did Colin say that? I think he was a guest on the Iron Lords podcast, and he dropped that info. So we'll see, man. I have to imagine that if Colin came out and said that, other insiders, maybe like Tom Henderson, maybe like Jeff Grubb, they're probably going to catch wind of this, and they're going to want to see if they can corroborate it with their sources. And if we get a second rumor saying that there's going to be another showcase, at that point I would tell you guys, okay, well, maybe there's some hope yet that, more's going to come. But it's still too soon. And yeah, we got what we got. So we'll have to accept it for what it is, and that's fine. That's interesting though, man. I love how CD Projekt Red is trending. Dude, I just hopped on the Twitter. If I find out that CD Projekt Red is trending because of the rumor, I'm gonna snap. I'm not gonna snap, but and that's exactly why they're trending. I can't, people need to chill, man. I get it. Look, if I'm telling you to chill with the rumors, then you gotta chill. If MBG is telling you to chill with the rumors, you gotta chill. Come on. We cannot get excited about acquisition rumors. Those are the number one rumors you can never get excited about, no matter what. Hold on, let me see. You gotta chill, MBG. I think that I'm pretty chill. I think I've been pretty chill this stream. It's a Sunday stream, Sorry, I'm just checking up on something here. I'm just looking at the responses in the Gaming Leaks and Rumor subreddit, seeing what people are saying about this rumor. It seems like most people feel that way, where they're just like, I'm tired, man. Like, I'm tired of the rumors, tired of buying into stuff just to find out it's not true. Yeah. So, something else I wanted to bring up is Xbox. The Xbox showcase is coming, and how are you guys feeling about that? We waited for Sony to do their showcase. It came and it went. And next up, I mean, we have Summer Game Fest, but almost immediately after Summer Game Fest, we're getting the Xbox showcase. How are you guys feeling about this? Now, I'm of two minds, saying I have no faith, honestly, MBG. Zanakand Bilzter, you're saying Nintendo is threatening legal emulation and it doesn't look good. Modern vintage gamer. Nintendo Dolphin PC emulator. MBG, penny for your thoughts. It's interesting. I actually saw that video come up in my feed, and I plan to watch it later on. So I don't have any information on that, but if that's true, like legal emulation and Nintendo is taking action, that's just like, I mean, this is where I've always gotten this feeling where I'm just like, dude, Nintendo seems like the worst. Like, I know that people praise Nintendo because they enjoy their games, but Nintendo seems bad. Like, real bad. Like, just the biggest dicks ever. Where it's like, yeah, and you're saying Nintendo needs to get called out more. And it's like, that's the thing, man, is I don't know. I feel like Nintendo's just kind of in this position where it's like people don't expect any different. And they just don't even bother. Like, they just don't care to try, You're saying it's not legal emulation because it wasn't all original code. They found Wii code in the emulator. Okay, well, yeah, I don't know. See, that's where it's like, you're saying Nintendo was in the right this time? Yeah, I'm going to have to, again, I'm speaking from a place of complete ignorance. I don't know the situation. All I will say is that when it comes to Nintendo, I don't know, I'm shocked people even try anything. I'm not saying like Nintendo's justified in all the things they do. I'm just saying, like, I would never even attempt anything regarding Nintendo because I just would expect, like, they're going to come after me. They're going to come after me, guaranteed. You know what I mean? And I saw recently that Activision Blizzard is starting to do the same thing with Call of Duty, where they're issuing cease and desist, to certain people in the community who are doing their own thing, and it's just like, I don't know, man. IP ownership, it's a. I'm gonna have to check it out. I'm gonna have to watch this video because I don't have all the information. Nintendo is threatening legal emulation and it doesn't look good. Yeah, I'll look into it. So sorry, Zanarkand, I can't give you my extensive thoughts. Maybe I'll watch it, and the next time I stream, I'll give you more thoughts on it. Figuratively literal, you're saying the showcase shone a spotlight on games coming this year. We still need to see Final Fantasy VII Remake 2, which is early 2024, and other games. Just saying, oh, you know what? You're right about that, dude. Final Fantasy Rebirth is target. They did say like early 2024, right? Or at the latest, that's what it was going to be. Didn't they say like winter that like winter of this year, or wait, what did they say? I'm trying to remember what it said at the end of the trailer. I mean, you're saying early 2024. I think it said winter, right? It said winter 2023. Okay. So yeah, you would think we'd have to see more of that. I knew it said winter. Yeah, because I remember seeing it pop up. So that probably. So I guess that technically would be like early 2024. Winter goes up until March 2024. Yeah, so you have to imagine that like we're gonna have to see that game. Maybe not though. I don't know. They could just not show it and just it's like actually it's gonna be like a 2025 game. That's a possibility. I don't know, but that does give me a little bit of hope because there were a lot of people who were thinking that was a game we would see at the showcase. Maximilian Pegasus, you're saying, who cares about the games? Where did Boss go? I don't know, man. Where did he go? I'm sure he'll be back. He has like kind of this routine, Boss, where he sleeps on the cat tower for like the first 6 or 7 hours of the day. And then he just kind of like goes somewhere else. And then he'll come back. He's doing boss things. Why would they show Final Fantasy VII Rebirth when 16 is about to drop? Yeah, that's a good point too. Summer Game Fest predictions and expectations. My dude, low. I'm excited to stream the show with you guys. Look, you know what? Here's my expectation for Summer Game Fest. If I can walk away from that show with just one thing that gets me pretty damn excited, then I'm happy. That's all I expect. At most, just one thing, just one exciting thing that I'm pumped about. And that's it. That's my expectation. Imagine if I had went into the PlayStation Showcase with that expectation. You know? Oh yeah, there's going to be a live crowd. I hope they cheer and boo. Saying Death Stranding 2 might be there. It could be, yeah. I mean, we know that Jeff pretty much tries to get Kojima involved in every one of his shows. So I do expect Kojima to be there to some extent. I don't necessarily know that it's going to be with Death Stranding 2. But, you know, the last time we saw Kojima was at the Game Awards last year with Death Stranding 2. But you know, it's interesting because I feel like, you know, you mentioned expectations for Summer Game Fest. I'm also wondering expectations. So I was bringing up the Xbox showcase. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because like there, you know, a lot of people, a lot of Xbox fans, and just a lot of people in general, understandably so, are like, dude, all Microsoft has to do is lay it up now, man. Like it's right there. It's right there. Like all Xbox has to do is just lay it up. And there's something very like a lot of people are expecting Xbox's show to be pretty good. A lot of Xbox fans anyway. And a lot of people want it to be very good. I want it to be good. But there's one key factor here that this might really play a detrimental role in Xbox's showcase, and that is the fact that they are still in the middle of trying to push this Activision Blizzard deal through. And I just think that people need to keep in mind, and I'm mainly talking to Xbox fans right now, and take it from me as somebody who just got disappointed. We need to keep in mind how Microsoft has been behaving during this whole thing. And the behavior has been to look very, very weak and like a non-competitor to Sony, or in general. I just think it's going to be interesting to see how they handle the showcase, because when this showcase happens, like the ABK deal still is going to be in the same place it is now. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if you're saying they didn't look weak on Wednesday, LOL. Yeah, and that's the thing where it's I saw people basically saying that, like, oh, I hope they, deliver, like they're willing to get kind of like, pump their chest out a little bit during the PlayStation showcases, stumble a little bit. And I've seen a lot of people saying like they got to bring that energy to the showcase. And I don't know, like I'm going to assume that the showcase is going to be pretty big, because I feel like it has to be for Xbox. They're coming off of Redfall, and they know people are. I mean, I listened to that part of the Phil Spencer interview where he gave his expectation, or he basically tried to lay the expectations down, and he said that Xbox is finally getting to a point where they can start to deliver games each quarter at quality, and he's excited about that. And it's like, well, look, I'm not going to take Phil Spencer's word. He even said himself, don't take his word for it, which is smart. But I don't know, man. It'll be interesting, because if Xbox goes really hard at this showcase, we're going to see a different Xbox that we haven't seen, I don't know, in many, many, many years, especially recently. Because a part of me almost thinks like Xbox might purposely bomb this showcase. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I think Xbox, they might take an approach where it's like, if we have a somewhat underwhelming showcase, we know that people are going to come to the conclusion. You're saying they have no reason to do that? No, I think they do, man. That's why I'm saying I think they actually do. Saying Xbox took notes on Wednesday, they're gonna come out hard in 2 weeks. Dude, listen to me. I know what people are thinking. They're thinking, MBG, you want them to have a bad showcase. Oh, no. Listen, I would love nothing more than when the Xbox showcase comes around for it to be the literal best Xbox showcase that has ever been put on. And for people to be leaving that show, I want Xbox to gain total mindshare with that show. That's what I want more than anything. I sincerely mean that. And the reason, well, number one, because I wanted a reason to go buy an Xbox or, play their games on my PC. I want to see some good stuff from Xbox first and foremost. But number two, I need Sony to feel pressure. And the only company, like Xbox, is in the prime position right now. Like the best position they've ever been in to apply that fucking pressure to Sony. Because a lot of people walked away from Sony's showcase saying that this is the result of Sony having no competition and getting comfortable. Now, I don't know that I believe that. And I don't think it matters. All I know is that if Xbox puts on an amazing show and garners a ton of mind share and creates waves, Sony is not going to like that. And Sony's going to feel like they have to do something in response. That I do know for a fact. If Microsoft fucks up at this showcase and it's abysmal, it's lackluster, and people walk away being like, what the hell was that? That is going to be upsetting to me, because that means Sony's probably just going to sit back and be like, we don't got to do shit, Like, and I don't want that. That is the opposite of what I want, man. Like, I want PlayStation to feel like, shit, we got to fucking move now, man. Like, we got to make some moves. We got to create some noise. So I am seriously rooting for Xbox more than I ever have because, you know, maybe the conversation would be a little bit different if PlayStation did have one of the greatest showcases ever. I'd probably say Xbox should have a good showcase. You know, I wish them the best of luck. I hope that they show some games that I'm looking forward to. But now I'll, believe it or not, like I feel like I'm resting my hope on Xbox's shoulders now, where it's like, please shake Sony, you know, shake them, man. I want to see you come out and deliver some devastating shots to wake everybody up, because the reality of the situation is that the better Xbox does, the better it's going to be for PlayStation fans, and that's just the truth. So that's my mindset going into the Xbox show. But we still have to see. Saying LOL again with the competition talk. Well, yeah, man. But hope those devastating shots don't KO Sony. No, I'm not worried about that, man. Dude, I'm ready. I'm ready for Microsoft to just absolute. So, like, you remember that scene, you know, when Bane picks up Batman and snaps his back over his knee and throws him? I'm ready for that to happen to Sony. I don't think it's going to be like, I don't know that I have enough faith in Xbox to even get remotely close to doing something like that. But I would love for that to, because dude, if that like that's what Sony needs right now, man. Sony needs a good humbling. They need to get back to a place where it's like, where's the fire, man? Where's the fire? Where is it? If they show Hellblade 2, State of Decay 3, Overdose, and Indiana Jones, what will that do for you? I'd say if they all look really good, I'd say that'd be a killer showcase. Saying my prediction, Hellblade 2 will impress, the rest will suck hard. My biggest fear for Xbox is that they're gonna fumble this show purposely. Not like make it be devastatingly bad, but I don't know, man. Like, Xbox has been trying so hard to look weak and helpless, and if they have, here's the reality. I need Xbox fans to be ready. I need everybody to be ready for this. Xbox has to fight the CMA. And they have to fight the FTC in court. Especially when you're talking about fighting the FTC in court, they have to build a case. If they have an amazing show with their showcase, that literally hurts their case. It literally hurts their case. If they have a bad show and they look pathetic, that helps their case. That is Xbox's reality right now, man. And I think that sucks, but that's the reality for them. Microsoft might not care at this point. I mean, Microsoft won the EU, and they might already feel like their lawyers might be telling them that, like, your case is already strong enough to beat the FTC. So Microsoft is not in the business of out-consoling Sony. Remember, yeah. So we'll see, man. I'm looking forward to it either way. Like, I'm looking forward to just streaming it with you guys, hanging out. And I gotta admit, like, I'm a little bit excited. I'm a little bit excited to see, you know, look, they're coming off of Redfall. They got to show some shit, man. They got to show some games. You're wrong. Microsoft has to show the regulators that they what they've been brewing behind the scenes. Maybe. Xbox is getting Inspector Gadget, and that's all that matters. That's funny, dude. That's all that matters. Inspector Gadget. I saw that tweet too. That was pretty funny. It was so random. When an Xbox handheld with native hardware, that would be very interesting. Now that would be interesting. It's crazy to think, dude, Xbox's showcase is going to be long as hell, dude. Xbox's showcase is going to be 2 hours long. That's a long fucking showcase. That's a really long show. They must have a lot. You have to imagine they have a lot of stuff to show. If they can fill up a 2-hour show, they must have a lot. 30 minutes of Phil talking. Nah. A Scalebound revival would be nice. That would be nice. That would be crazy. Well, we'll find out soon enough, man. May, I mean, we still got how many days left in May? Where are we at? Oh wow. Today, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wednesday's the last day of this month. And then Summer Game Fest happens next Thursday on June 8th. Well, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's funny to think, man. I think the thing I'm most excited about at this point. Oh man, tired. The thing I'm most excited about at this point, truthfully, I think is Final Fantasy 16. Like, I'm looking forward to Summer Game Fest, man, but I've been excited by Jeff Keighley's shows many times in the past, and sometimes he delivers a good show, other times it's like dude, last Summer Game Fest, I thought it was terrible. The last Summer Game Fest, I was like, yo, that was just not good. Saying MBG the GOAT, no cap. I appreciate that, dude. And then, then after that, we got the Xbox showcase. And again, I'm looking forward to the Xbox show, but I just think right now, the thing I'm most eager for is Final Fantasy 16. And it's so strange because dude, I've done a full 180 on Final Fantasy. I don't know, man. I just have a visual in my mind of how I'm going to play this game and enjoy it. And I'm really excited for it. I don't know, man. I want to play the demo when it drops, but I kind of also don't. Do you get what I'm saying? A part of me just wants to be I don't want to start playing it knowing that I'm not actually playing it yet. You know what I mean? It's just, it just feels like a tease, if that makes sense. You're saying the demo carries over to the main game? Oh, did they confirm that? Ooh, okay. In that case, never mind. You'll love it because it's exclusive. No, dude, Final Fantasy 16 at this point could be a multi-plat title and I would still be picking it up. Final Fantasy 16 looks really good, dude. You know what's interesting to think though? You mentioned it being exclusive. God damn, this game, dude. Final Fantasy 16 is going to fucking sell a lot of PS5s, man. A lot of PS5s. That was a really smart get on Sony's part, dude. That is 100% a system seller. I wonder if it is going to eventually make its way to Xbox. I could see Sony trying really hard to make sure Final Fantasy 16 doesn't go to Xbox. Saying no Diablo 4. No, dude, I'm not that interested in Diablo 4. I don't know, like I'm just too unfamiliar with it. The thing that I've heard about the Diablo games is that they're insanely addictive. Is that true? I mean, I believe it. Saying not really. Some people are saying yeah. Very addictive. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to go check out Diablo 4 gameplay more thoroughly because I see a lot of people hype for it. They have like I don't think they have like a demo out for it, do they? It's addictive if you like that kind of game. I don't know how I feel about that because like there sometimes when I get addicted to games, it can be, I don't know. I don't like that feeling. I rarely ever get like, I rarely ever get like addicted to games anymore. But in the past there have been games where I felt like I was genuinely getting addicted to it. And I don't like that feeling. That's a bit too much for me, because it really genuinely starts to feel like it can interfere with my life. And I'm not trying to have an unhealthy relationship with video games. Dead by Daylight says, hi, dude. The last game I got addicted to was Dead by Daylight. And it took like, I could not stop playing it for like 3 months straight, man. But like, I mean, I was trying to find every opportunity to just play it every day. Cause I got totally addicted to it. Why is your PS5 horizontal? That's a crime. It fits that way. It fits that way, bro. Let me see here. Well, Helldivers 2 with members? Yeah, maybe we could do that, dude. Hell yeah. Well, I think with that being said, though, guys, like I don't know that there's much left to say today. Truth be told, an image has surfaced for an alleged Demon Souls and Ghost of Tsushima PC port. What? All right, wait, hold on. Before I go. All right, look. I'm going to have to do it to you guys. Here's what I'll leave you with. Yesterday, Tom Henderson comes out. Tom Henderson says, I've seen trailers that were supposed to be at the PlayStation Showcase, and they weren't there. And I have no idea why. The Snitch says he has seen some things as well that were supposed to be at the PlayStation Showcase. One of those things was a new PC port of a AAA PlayStation game that wasn't there, and he doesn't know why. The next day, Colin Moriarty of Sacred Symbols says he's been told by his own sources that Sony is planning a second PlayStation Showcase. That is all I wanted to say to you guys. Notice how there is zero emotion in my voice. Zero emotion in my voice. Zero opinion given. I just want to leave you guys with that. Anyway, that is going to do it for the stream, guys. Before I head out, I do want to thank you guys once again. A lot of super chats. Appreciate you guys supporting me with the super chats, keeping the conversation going. It's worth noting we are at 55 members on the day. I have to acknowledge once again that, guys, I started the stream with a membership goal of 25, and you guys continue to do it over and over again, where you just shatter that goal. And not only did we shatter the goal of 25 members, you even shattered the goal of reaching 50 members. So 55 members on the day. I have to issue just a huge thank you to everybody, everybody who continues to grow this channel, everybody who continues to grow the memberships. Once again, just last time, if you're a member, there's a members only video out there for you to enjoy. We're going to do a members only stream soon. Actually, you're saying, what's your overall membership count at? Actually, yeah, let me check. I haven't checked in a little bit. So I'm curious myself, because we've definitely reached that point where certainly some memberships are beginning to expire. Just takes a moment to load here. So we are at 3,091 channel members, which is insane. And so that number will continue to fluctuate. Obviously, basically that number will change day over day. As you can see, there are more and more people in the chat with the blue PlayStation, the light blue, or maybe the teal, I guess is what it should be called, the teal PlayStation logo there, because a lot of people are getting re-upped. But we definitely have reached a point where there are people whose memberships have expired, and they're likely waiting on getting another gift at some point, and I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. We peaked at, let me see. Ooh, this is interesting. We peaked at 3,326 members. That's the absolute peak we've had in terms of like total memberships. So that's crazy, dude. That's a huge community right there. And so thank you guys again so much for your support. Something that I have said, and I will continue to say, is that the only reason I'm able to do this, the only reason I'm able to do these streams and to be able to keep the content flowing the way I do every day, is because of the support you guys show, and because of just how much you guys really keep things afloat here. So thank you so much, man. It's a dream come true, really. It is. So love it. So there's another, man. I went over the 4-hour mark again. So we're about to hit 4 hours and 15 minutes. So there we go. Easier saying you're welcome to. Yeah. And that's the only, so one last thing is we just gotta get to the 100K mark. We're so close. We need like 900 more subscribers. I think we could do it. Hopefully. It's been so long, dude. I feel like I've been stuck at like 98, 99K for so long. So, all right, guys, that does it. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hope everybody's having a good Memorial Day weekend, and we'll see what tomorrow brings. We'll see what this upcoming week brings. But yeah, there's no doubt this was a crazy week for PlayStation. So, all right, guys, until next time,